and then we're good. Okay. One sec.
All right. We're live.
Welcome everybody to the first Run 2K21 Hackathon. We have with us a bunch of the participants as well as the set of judges today, and we're gonna have some fun and go through all the projects and judge them. And before I do that, just want to say a few things. So first, this was seriously awesome. There were a bunch of projects that came in from all different types of people who have used Run before, people who maybe had not used Run but were BSV developers, and then we had people who joined for the very first time and were developing on BSV coming from Ethereum or another blockchain. And so that was like really cool to see. And I want to read, one of the quotes from this weekend. It's from a guy named James. I don't know if he's on the call, but here's what he had to say. He said, "Hey guys, I'm a newbie to the BSV space. This is my first time diving into the ecosystem. I'm really impressed by how easy everything is to use. And I don't know why everyone hates on BSV so much. This is a fast, reliable way to transact." And he goes on to say, "I also really appreciate the Run protocol. The tutorials are very beginner friendly, and it really helped me experiment and learn." So that's the kind of spirit that I love seeing on this type of stuff. So kudos to you, James, for diving into something new. We also had some people who stayed up literally all night, 24 hours working on this project. And I'm sure some people on this call right now are exhausted and really at the end of their sleep cycle. So thank you for doing that. I hope it was fun. That's why we do it over a weekend, so that this kind of thing has an end time and you can push right to the end. That's the fun part about these kind of hackathons. So thanks everyone for doing that. And lastly, I want to say thank you to the sponsors. We literally cannot talk about all of them because there are several hundred sponsors for this hackathon. This was the first crowdfunded hackathon in BSV history. I'm sure it wasn't the first crowdfunded hackathon ever, but I don't know of any. When you look around, I don't see other crowdfunded hackathons. So this was really exciting. And and I want to mention too, we're not going to be able to go over all the sponsors' names, but our tier 1 sponsors, which bought 25 BSV NFTs for this hackathon, they were Relay and Jack's on the call. So thank you, Relay. And Relay's been a great supporter of Run this entire time. CoinGeek, thank you so much too. They've been a great supporter of Run as well, and have helped get the word out about Run in their articles. And third, Run sponsored a hackathon entry as well. But then of course, that doesn't list everyone. We had tons of people buying tier 2, tier 3s NFTs. Some people even flipped these and made some money. It was really cool to see how this all played out. So yeah, thank you to that. Now, let's talk about the prize pool. I'm gonna pull it up right now and see what we're at and convert this into BSV live. So let's do this. Our final prize pool came out to 128.92 BSV, which if we go on CoinMarketCap, see what the current price is, $173, 174 just changed. Comes out to $22,432.08. That's what's on the line.
Wow.
Yeah, this is no joke, and this came from one big sponsor. It was from literally lots of individual people putting in small amounts. So this was awesome to see. And the prize pool will be divvied up. First place 60%, second place 20%, third place 10%, fourth place 7%, and fifth place 3%. So 60% of that, let's just see what that comes out to be. $13,400 something. That's first place. And then if we do fifth place, so even if you come in fifth place today, you're still looking at almost $672. So these are good prizes regardless of who ends up where in the top 5. And I'm super excited to get through this. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk through all of the projects, give everyone a chance to explain anything they have to say about their projects. We're going to show up on screen if we can. And we're going to try to keep this quick. So this is going to be high level, just briefly going through them all. And of course, if you're the creator of one of these projects, you'll get a chance to jump in and give your verbal explanation of what you worked on, what the challenges, etc. Then the judges are going to give commentary on these projects. And so we're going to say what we like and what we don't like, or probably not what we don't like, but we do like, and just try to analyze them in terms of the 5 judging criteria, which are creativity, user experience, interoperability, economics, and the technical aspects. And then finally, we're going to, between the judges, we're going to each individually rank the projects from 1 to 5, our top 5, and then each one of those is going to get a score. First place will get 5 points, second place 4 points, third place 3 points, fourth place 2 points, and fifth place 1 point. And then all 5 of our judging individual scores are going to be summed together. And if things work out, we'll have an official top 5 list at the end. So does that make sense to everyone? Anyone have questions about the judging process here or anything that's to come today? All right, looking pretty good. Oh, and didn't even get a chance to say, our 2 judges, our mystery judges, are live here on the call. We have David Case from Crypto Fights. I should say one thing about him. He probably the longest user of Run to date, and also the person pushing the most Run transactions on chain. So kudos to David. Do you want to say something, David?
No, it's fun to check out what other people are doing, and happy to be here and help judge this.
Cool. And then we have the enigmatic River, host of Bitcoin's Got Talent, and a force of positivity in the space for everyone. So River, do you want to say anything?
I'm really excited. I just want to say how excited I am to get to know all these projects. Hang on. That was Jack. Just muted him. Sorry. Bit of feedback coming through there. But yeah, no, I'm super excited to see what you guys have all been working on. Really, really excited.
Awesome. Okay, so I guess without further ado, let's start going through these projects. We're going to try to time down this, like maybe 3 minutes a project. I know it's a little bit short, but we'll try to get through them as fast as we can so that everyone gets a chance to get their project presented. So River, do you have the official list of all the projects?
Yes, I do. So the first is Jankable.
Is Janky on the call today? Jankball on the call today? Doesn't seem so. So what we're going to do is just present for him. That's okay too. So let me share my screen real quick. Give me 1 second. Oh no, cannot start screen share.
Hang on, let me see if I've got it enabled here. You should be able to.
No, I think it's actually a problem with my, oh gosh, why did I try something? I could try restarting my computer to get this going. Maybe I could also
This is the problem with going live.
Yeah, maybe I could also send this to Joshua. Joshua, would you mind screen sharing, and then I can send you a couple links?
Let me try this real quick. Let me know what you can see.
We've got it.
Cool. So I guess I can comment on this one. Well, actually, let's go through it. So these are tools for tokens, and there's a bunch of APIs and visualizers for different things about tokens. Maybe Josh, you mind just clicking through the lists of seeing what they have? You can see all of them. I mean, he's managed to pull in every single one of these things. Obviously, we have just a ton of tokens on BSV today, but it looks like he was able to pull them all in, including their description, including their icons. So that's always good to see. I believe he was also able to get the price data for this. So that's always a fun thing because this price data comes live from the relay DEX. We have all of our trades for all of our tokens happening live on chain, and parsing that data out isn't always the easiest. So kudos, that's always impressive. And now we have a new Explorer that includes, the full list of all the tokens and the prices. And
Nice.
oh yeah, and then we get the price chart too. So this is pretty impressive because I think Jack, actually, you were the one asking about, it would be great to have a price chart on some of these tokens because we're seeing, Shua go way up and way down, and vice versa. And this is pretty cool to see. Now, on the technical side, I think that the GitHub repository does not have all the code for this, unfortunately. But I think Jankball was going to comment on a few of these things. Is he on the call today?
He's not. I don't think so.
Oh no. Okay. I don't want to speak for him, but essentially he had, being that this is a website and a server and an indexer and has a bunch of pieces, it was, there's no jigs involved in this, but there was a number of services that he wrote to do this. And so those services are not on the public GitHub, but, and also there's some private keys that he didn't want to expose, he said. So if he does join, we'll give him a chance to just talk about that later. But this is a pretty cool project. So kudos to you.
Yeah, I think it's a contender for maybe top 5 potentially. I
think it definitely could be for sure.
I love the charts. I think they're awesome.
I love the charts too. Oh, hang on. We've got Janky here. He's just come in. There he is.
Janky, welcome. How are you?
Hang on, he's connecting. Perfect timing, Janky.
Hey there.
Hey, we were just going through your project and we showed the website and we talked about, we love the prices and we love the charts. And do you want to say some things about the project? Do you want to say, how it works maybe at a more technical level and what were some of the challenges you faced?
Sure. Yeah. So there's a lot of moving parts here. One thing I did was hack on the RunDB, the server that comes with that. I wanted to pull out a list of all the tokens, and that was the easiest way. So I made some changes to that. Not sure if it's worthy to be pushed upstream or whatever. So let's see, hacked on RunDB. I made a Python API. So the API pulls the data from a MongoDB, which is just easy to use and pretty fast. And then I have some other scripts that will crawl through all the tokens and try to find the transactions and grab the like price of Bitcoin and kind of merge it all together and then store it in the MongoDB. So I had some issues getting the crawler scripts to just run automatically. So for now, they just run on my Mac, which kind of sucks. So I just run that. It updates the MongoDB, and then the API will serve the data. And there's an API that it's like there's no authentication or anything because that stuff's hard to do. But you can query the prices, the tokens, the creators, all that stuff. It's just coming from like a unauthenticated Flask API.
Cool, if you won prize money, where are you going to take this in like 6 months?
Where am I going to take this?
Yeah.
So I mentioned in the hackathon, I really want to add the, so historically I'm interested in stocks and stock trading, and I've been doing that forever. So looking at like stock charts and stuff. So I'd like to really expand on the price charts more. Candlestick charts. I have volume data. I just didn't have enough time to like add it in. React is not my kind of area of expertise. I'm more of a Python like backend guy, but I know enough React to be productive. So candlestick charts, volume data. I did have some issues when I was crawling through the data. It seems like the run DB that I have might not be pulling in all the transactions. So I think there's some troubleshooting of just the general data that needs to be done. What else? Oh, one thing I was also working on adding was when a new token gets created, I have I wanted to send myself an email. So basically have a little form you could submit your email and just get a notification or whatever. As far as like monetization, I'm just doing this for funsies. Haven't thought about monetizing it at all.
I'll tell you, these APIs could be really useful if people start developing. I would expect we would start to see on-chain trading bots at some point for all these tokens. And
Yeah,
knowing this
absolutely.
historical price data could be pretty useful to have.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not something I had thought about, but I have done some trading bots for stocks in the past. And I had thought about it for cryptocurrency in general, not specifically for the run tokens though.
Yeah.
Well, stay tuned to the end of the show. I like where you're going with the focus on pricing, and we'll see how it turns out for you.
I like it too. Nice, very interesting.
Well, thanks. Glad you guys enjoyed it.
Who's next,
All
Niv?
right.
All right. Well, we're moving on to the next one.
Yep.
Keep it
Oh.
rolling. We've got Libs next, the famous Libs. You all know Libs from Bitcoin's Got Talent.
Hey there, River.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm
Can
very
we
well.
get a cameo video out of this, Aaron?
Sorry.
Can we get a cameo video out of this? Did you make one?
No. I've been coding all weekend, believe it or not. But yeah, no videos today, and a much less prepared presentation, I'm afraid. Can I share my screen? Am I able to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. Sorry about this. Technical issues. There we go. Is that working? You've got my
We've got
Chrome window. Okay,
good.
cool. So yeah, before I sort of dive into what I've created here, like my reason for jumping into this hackathon was because, believe it or not, over like the last couple of years of frantic building, I've not used Run. I've not built anything with Run at all. So for me, this was a good excuse just to jump in and play around with Run. And so what I wanted to get out of this, I particularly wanted to integrate some of my own tools with Run. So I wanted to integrate Universe, which I've released recently. It allows you to kind of take data and wrap it in an envelope which you can sign and encrypt. And I also wanted to kind of like nail the integration with PayPresto, because I know that PayPresto can be a brilliant solution for a Run purse. But I need to kind of like understand it to be able to offer that as part of the PayPresto library. So they were my personal motivations for getting involved in this. And then I had to think of an idea, something to build. So what I've created is called Shifty Nifties. And it is basically a platform that allows you to mint NFT tokens, and they are encrypted so that only the token holder can access the content in the token. And then when you send that token to someone else, the content gets re-encrypted for the new recipient. So the new recipient can decrypt that content, and the old recipient no longer has control of that token, and that they can't decrypt like the most recent version of the jig. So I'm going to jump in here and log in just to give you a real brief demo. So within the app, there's a simple wallet interface, and it gives you a button to create your own token. So we can do anything here. We can drag a file onto this. You can put images or PDFs or audio files. It can be anything, but I'm just going to do a bit of text. And I will mint this. And when I press the button, it's going to bring up the Pay Presto widget underneath. And that's going to allow me to pay for this using Pay Presto. So there we go. We can see that demo token, that's the one that I've just created, and that's in there. We can go into that token. And what this demo doesn't properly demonstrate is that the content of this jig is encrypted. So if we were going to see like the data on the blockchain, you wouldn't be able to see the text at all because it's encrypted within the payload. But this button here allows me to decrypt it and I can view that content. So what I can also do is then send that to a new user. So I've got another user set up called AR1. And then again, this demonstrates how PayPresto can be used to also send an existing jig. And this is a little bit more complicated because the run transaction already has an input here, and we're adding another input into it. But PayPresto makes that really, really easy. So again, I've sent that and we go back to my wallet. That token, you can't see it anymore. If I log out, I'll try and log back in as my second user. And there we go. We can see that token has arrived in their wallet and we can go into it and we can decrypt it. So there we go. That is Shifty Nifty.
Wow.
But the assumption here is that you send to address, right? So that you can always decrypt it with their key.
Sorry, can you repeat that? There was a bit of feedback there.
The assumption is that they're always sending it to an address, right?
Yeah, so the way it works is at the moment, you can only send it to another Shifty wallet. And so there's an API that it looks up by the username and it pulls back the owner address and an identity public key. So it uses that identity key to re-encrypt the content. So at the moment, this only works within, from sending from Shifty to Shifty. But in theory, that could work over Paymail because Paymail already has capability to get an identity public key. So this could open up to other wallets if needed. If other people are interested in it. The problem that I did have, ideally, the re-encryption should happen inside Run. It should happen in the jig. But that didn't really, I don't think that's possible, if I'm honest with you, because you'd have to implement all the crypto stuff within Run. So the way I'm doing it is you pull the envelope out of the jig, you then decrypt it and re-encrypt it and put it back into the jig. But that's fine. Fine for a demo.
I'd love to see the extension of this all the way to having that stuff on chain. I was really pleased to see that you included a CBOR library that you deployed on chain. And getting more standard tools like that, I think, really helped with interoperability a lot. And it's nice to see that you did that.
Yeah, I just want to add, I think it's cool that you used the berry feature of Run. I think you're the first person to build something with berries that I'm aware of, or building a custom berry. And so everyone knows a berry is a way of loading third-party, non-Run data that exists on the blockchain into Run. And so people can use that to load twetches, or they can use that to load their images for their bee berries. But what Aaron did was he used this to load his universe encrypted data. Can you talk at all about the way you use berries and how that fit together in the jigs?
Yeah, well, actually, in the jig, I'm not using the berry at all, actually. So within the jig contract, the actual full envelope payload is going into the jig. But what I, as part of this whole exercise, I did create a berry as well. And so just so others understand, the way that would work is if you have a sort of another transaction somewhere which contains that envelope, the berry works, it kind of like loads the data from that transaction by its transaction ID and puts that into the jig. But yeah, within Shifty Nifties, it's not quite working like that. The actual full envelope goes into the contract.
Sure. Yeah. And the other thing is, I know, of course, the dream is to do the encryption and the decryption inside of the jig. If you can, it's obviously hard to do. Did you think at all about, though, during the re-encryption process, maybe making that provably, the same content as it was before?
Mm-hmm.
I think there probably is some way to do this. Did you give any thought to that kind of challenge?
I did have a think. I wondered if you could put a kind of a hash into the jig when you initially create it, but I kind of went down there a little way and wasn't kind of satisfied that I was doing that in a provable way, because obviously if there was a digest in there, then that's public anyway, anyone can see that digest. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Well, one thing I think that, and you tell me whether this is a good idea for Run or not, but with Operate, what I did was I created this concept of extensions where within the VM, you provide some kind of like standard functions. So, what Run could do is provide a real basic set of crypto functions. And the way that they would work is you call the function within Run, and it actually is executing that code outside of Run.
Yeah, I think you could do something like that. So we should follow up on this. I think there's some interesting ideas there that you could do like that. Very cool. Anyone else have comments on Shifty Jigs? Shifty Nifties, sorry.
Hey, Aaron. Hi again. Hey
there, Jack.
If you win too often, you're gonna be banned from some of these hackathons, just so you know. It'd be like Brenton dropping out and applying to the hackathon. So, but I saw some examples. If you like the demo, but you have mentioned you could do this for like messaging and for different kind of use cases. Talk me through why you picked those use cases, because the use case I'm imagining might be a little bit different. Can you use this to be like a canonic killer? Like I can just buy a book on the DEX and then, open the book when I want to read it, different things like this, surprise artwork that you don't know what it is. But tell me what you think the commercial use cases here are.
I think the core concept that I was looking at was this idea of being able to create a private token that unlocks data, and that only the owner of that token has access to the data. Well, what I've seen of NFTs so far, now I'm maybe a little bit old-fashioned, don't really understand them, but they mostly just point to a resource that exists somewhere else. So if the actual content is contained within the token and there's some kind of security around that, when it gets passed around, that surely has a lot more value to it than something that's essentially just a reference, and you're passing a reference.
Do you have plans to use this in Bitpost too? Because here's the thing, right? If right now I want someone to read this Bitpost, I send the link, they have to pay $2 to also read it. If I send them this token, then they can read it without paying. Do you have any ideas there?
To be honest, this is the first time I've used Run this weekend, and it's opened up all sorts of ideas in my head. And I have a problem. I probably have a few too many crazy ideas. But yeah, I think this, when it comes to Run, when it comes to Bitpost, I want to do loads with that. And yeah, this has just given me all sorts of new possibilities. So yeah, I need to sit down and have a big old think about what I'm going to do with that.
Great, thanks. Stay tuned to the show. You may or may not make top 5.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right, next up we have Charles. I'm going to try and pronounce this. Holskamp and Sentinel. I think I got it.
That actually might be me. I was
That's-
gonna do it under Charles's team.
Oh, that's you. Oh yeah, James, I can see you there. Yep. So that is you.
Charles is away on holiday right now, but yeah, I work for Charles, and he's the entire reason I'm into BSV. He's the one who introduced me to Run, and he's also working on an animation for Bitcoin at the moment that we're also going to put onto an NFT and try to do some cool stuff with.
Nice.
Yeah. So
do you want to share screen, Josh?
Oh, yeah. Let me pull it up real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing another .run domain. Very cool.
So
Yeah.
James, we realized that you did not complete it, but we really like the idea. So we just wanted to, present it and talk through it because we do think it's very interesting. So if you could do that for us.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah. I really enjoyed learning about Run, and I really tried very hard to try to make this work. But yeah, all I could do was the front end and some plans. Anyway, the idea for this is a modern spin on the classic Lucky Dip fundraisers. I don't know if you've ever been to school fairs. I think it's pretty common in New Zealand, England, and Australia. Lucky Dips, where there's a prize bucket and you can get a prize out if you buy some tickets. I was just thinking of applying that to BSV, where someone can put up a bunch of NFTs or tokens or tickets or whatever, all based on Run, and they can put them into a Lucky Dip, and then someone can interact with that. They can pay, say, $20 and they'll get back the change plus something out of this dip, and all of the calculation for the random number generation to check what prize they've won, all of the transfer of the jigs, things like that. That would all be done on chain through a Run contract. I tried to put a lot of work into making this very shareable. So you've got like the idea was to have a lot of these prizes and pages very easy to share, very easy to link into different places, and also to make it very easy to buy. Just adding in things like the doodle from Handcash. I really like that idea as well. Just a really user-friendly interface, and also an API at the back of it too. That I didn't end up getting live either, but the idea would be that you could also build out other interfaces for this, or you could plug this in as a Discord bot or a Slack bot, something like that. And so just make it easier for people to share with their co-workers or the communities they're in. I guess I can do a little bit of a demonstration of what it might look like. This is currently running off a database, and that database would just be caching off the Run blockchain. The Bitcoin blockchain. And if I go on there right now and I log in, I'll actually be able to change which of those have been unlocked, and we'll be able to get these other ones in there.
James, are you sharing your screen, or is that Josh sharing his screen?
That's Josh.
Okay.
Let me just go here. Okay. So I'm gonna unlock the other remaining ones, and And then if you reload the page, I think that should work. Yeah. So it would be kind of like that. You'd buy a ticket, you'd be presented with, I found this thing, Pay Presto. I think that was actually created by someone participating in this competition, right? Pay Presto?
Yeah, that was literally Aaron that just spoke now. He's the creator of Pay Presto.
Yeah, that looked awesome. Yeah, I was definitely going to be integrating with that. And I also wanted to get share images and stuff working with Relica. And yeah, I've been, like, this has been my first ever BSB project, run project. I've been really impressed with all the number of different projects and cool things that have been made. Like this, there's stuff that just doesn't exist with any other crypto, like koala mints, the koala comment thing as well. Yeah. So
Hey,
yeah,
James,
this
I got
is
a question.
a live run contract. It was a great experience, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to participate in the hackathon.
Jason, James, I got a question. If I wanted to give away a Tesla and you got a 1 in 1,000 chance of winning, can I sell tickets for like, I don't know, $100, whatever? So it becomes like, this just makes the pure game jackpot thing look very boring if you can create your own prizes with your own odds, with your own things. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. So you can. The idea is if you create a lucky dip, you can set the price of the jigs in the lucky dip. So you can say that this is worth 2 tickets or whatever, and the ticket base price might be like $8, but you can say it's worth like 250 tickets. So a person who pays 250 tickets worth, has a chance of getting that prize, but they also have a chance of getting these other smaller lucky dip prizes as well. So there's a part of randomness in that as well.
can I trade the tickets too? Like I buy a ticket and I sell the ticket to somebody else?
Yeah, I didn't. I actually just originally considered it just to be like one transaction. Like you send the money and the ticket is instantly redeemed or calculated. For example, like if there were only a few jigs left and they could each be unlocked by 3 tickets, but 5 people going in and trying to get them, it would make sense for the people who missed out to get their money back. But yeah, I think that would be pretty cool as well. But no, I didn't think of that when trying to design it.
Cool.
I think something like this could be actually used to fund the next hackathon if this was all built out. I think this is we sort of need like a good fundraising solution for projects in the space. Like the hackathon came up with its thing, and then Aaron, one who went previously, has his cards, but a good general platform for being able to raise money and give surprises out to people would be kind of cool. So I do hope you keep working on this. This is pretty cool as it is.
Yeah, no, I absolutely will. I'm actually looking to friends with other people who are working on Run. Yeah, I'd be very happy if I could stay in contact with some people and collaborate. I definitely intend to keep on working on it.
It's definitely a good idea. It's definitely a great motivator to get people to put money in, to raise money. I really, really like the idea. I'm Australian, so I know the Lucky Dip, and it's a really, really cool, fun idea. I liked it.
Sounds good. Anyone else have any questions or comments?
All right, let's move on. Thank you, James. Next we have Andy Gole.
Hello. Yeah, could I share my screen? Let's see.
Go right ahead.
Go for it.
Try here. All right. I'm share my desktop. And while I do, one thing that I wanted to just mention is, I mean, wow, I like literally all of these projects are like just blowing my mind. I mean, really, just the amazing tech stuff, and it's like all this amazing infrastructure and tooling not just infrastructure, but real like actual useful things for trading and professional applications. You know, we'll see even more like the one from AnyPay and Stephen and a thing that's really stuck in my mind as an entrepreneur many years now, is Ty Lopez, the guy, you know, that here in my garage thing. He's the #1 distributor of nonfiction books through his company MentorBox, and in the world, or at least the United States. And he says, you know, sell things that your grandparents would buy. And I really like have thought about that, and like, and even Craig Wright says stuff like, you know, with his apps, like, I want something that my 94-year-old grandmother could use, or whatever he said, you know, his grandmother could use, and stuff like that. And so I was actually showing this game. Let me see if I can move this out of the way here. And so fingers crossed. You know, I'll be honest. I just learned WebSockets for this hackathon. I got an open source Battleship game, and I took a couple tutorials and coded it myself. I didn't fork anyone. I typed out all the code myself, but it's very much a learning experience. I decided to focus on multiplayer and just like these classic games get this rather hideous little thing. Basically, the idea is games cost what I call 1 milli, which is a currency unit that I created, as far as I know, which equals 0.001 BSV. It is sort of a play on the Duro a little bit. You know, the Duro did kind of stimulate me to think about it. And then winner takes 1.74 milli. So you take those two, and the house takes about 13%, which, you know, it's less than what Twitch takes, but it still feels like a good margin. If you get, you know, like chess.com is doing 20 to 30K games at any given time, you know, it adds up. It can definitely add up. So let's see how it works. So you see there, player 1's connected, and boom, when the player 2 got in, see how both of them lit up as connected. So the WebSockets are communicating. I'm not gonna lie, there are definitely some glitches. Like, look at this, it says your go for both of them. And that's, yeah, there's a bunch of little things like that. There's some sync. So here's my reporting from that I use a run jig for, called the game jig, which stores the player information. But yeah, I'm just thinking of this in terms of something that could really lead to mass adoption. I showed my 8-year-old and 6-year-old niece and nephew. So it yells at you if you don't have your ships placed. So I'll just show you real quick, just the beginning gameplay. I won't bother you with the whole, like, you know, game. But they were like, oh, can I try it? Because the concept is so simple, right? It's, you know, here, let me log in here. The money button was working all weekend, and then it like just stopped working. The Relay X, Jack's, you know, wallet is definitely working a lot better than the money button right now for whatever reason. I don't know why. One of the big things, the reason why I didn't release this publicly yet, so you process it, and then boom, it shows your pay mail up there, and you can view the transaction in Block Explorer. And let me go over here and get player 2 in, and close the Block Explorer. You could also rotate your ships if you want to, you know, put them on the board like that. And I'll go with Relay X again. It just seems to be working better. I like how Relay X also has that green color at the end, like, so you can't like accidentally swipe again. I think that's awesome. Okay, great. So the jig populated. So this is actually coming from on chain. So if we wanted to, we could go and run Explorer and look at that jig's location. Now there's some sync issues when I actually play. Now they're both saying you go. That's just me, like, just having learned WebSockets, to be honest. I'm sure there's like one thing. It should be like socket broadcast versus socket emit or something like that. But there we go. Okay, I got one. Okay, and see, it updated right away. I'm impressed with how fast the blockchain stuff and how fast Run is working. You see, it was like instant. It was like the destroyer. You got one, and I was thinking we could make it fancier, like have pictures. This is definitely very much just a proof of concept. You know, needs, I think, probably a security audit, or at least a professional code review by someone who understands WebSockets, at least, you know, that kind of thing. And let me see if this works. Yeah, okay, cool. 1 and 1. See, it just updated straight from the blockchain. and the jig location is right there. And we could probably get a more persistent storage. I'm not using any sort of caching or local storage. I just didn't want to prioritize that. I wanted to get a minimum viable, or at least sort of viable product. And boom, you sunk the enemy's destroyer. And then, we could pay out when that happens, or well, like I took a little poll on Twitter, and like just a few, not like an overwhelming sample size, but it was mostly people like, not really a significant sample size, but like people want maybe both, paid per ship you sync or winner take all. There are a lot of possibilities. This is server client architecture, but you could do peer-to-peer with client to client. Maybe someone creates a game and then offers it to someone else to play. Twitch could take this. It's open license. I mean, it's MIT license, so it could be a real benefit for the ecosystem to have these games that, the big populations we have are like right now in the world are the baby boomers, and then their kids, like the boomlet, like my age, or the millennials, and then our children, kids right now that are getting into Roblox and Minecraft and Fortnite, even I think mostly like Minecraft and little kid games and stuff, and they love this kind of stuff. Like my little nephew and niece have all played these kind of games. They were very excited about the idea of like each of us could bet 50 cents and the winner gets the dollar. And I didn't tell them that there would be fees or anything, but I'll break that to them gently. But I guess that's it.
This
And
is cool.
chess, I think, would be a good one. Yeah.
I can tell that David is antsy to say something, being the other game developer in this.
Yeah. Oh, and I drew a lot of inspiration from Crypto Fights. I should say that. Shout out to Crypto Fights. Player versus player, peer versus peer, I think is the next wave of these games. Because you have a lot of these single player sort of leaderboard or that type of thing. And that's really good. I want to add that to this. But like just head to head, going, playing each other, I think is maybe the next wave in gaming on BSV and maybe in crypto. I don't know.
And bringing board games to life on the blockchain just makes so much sense, because everything is so like turn-based games are so well suited to work in with Run, with BSV. And I love that you took a simple staple of gaming history that we all know, and I'd love to talk with you outside of this, regardless of what happens, and just kind of see if there's ways we can port some of these things into our platform or something similar, because it's just dying to have that more content that's just ready to go. And these games are all created, all the rules are known, and everyone knows how to play them, and everyone loves playing them. So, nice job.
Thank you. It means a lot for me.
You can go, River.
I have a question. Hang on, I'm just going to mute you there. There we go.
You guys keep muting and unmuting each other.
Is every single move a transaction? How is this represented from the blockchain? You mentioned as you kind of hit your partner or whatever, and that's coming from the blockchain. How is that doing that?
There's a WebSocket connection, meaning just it uses like the deep sort of properties of the internet to like connect deeply to the websites or the server and the client. So each client, like each app, each tab I have open here is communicating with the server, which is a Node app that I deployed. And there's a run jig that's created called game. And there's an instance of it, which is initialized after both players pay. What happens is each player pays, it sends a message to the server saying that they paid. And then once the server fills an array with both of their data, both players' data, and sees that there's two objects in that array, then it creates the game jig, and it does do a transaction on the blockchain, and then it takes the data. I have code on the server to take the data it's just the game jig itself actually, and send it to each client, and then they parse the data and take out, for example, the first player's pay mail and put it right there. And that's all coming from the blockchain. You can check the jig location right there in the Run Explorer. And yeah, after every single hit, it's not necessarily every move, but whenever a ship gets hit, there's a blockchain transaction.
Nice stuff. I'm really impressed with this speed. Really, really cool.
What's neat, what's interesting about this is I know that not every move is on chain, but that's actually hard to do because you have this hidden data, which is where each player's ships are. And you don't want to expose that on the blockchain while you're playing, because then people will be able to like, figure out how to hack this. So that part makes sense. But then keeping the like what you destroyed and what was kind of your results on chain, that makes a lot of sense, because then you get a sense of like, who's good. You could probably imagine having stats of like, based on their pay mails, like how different people are doing. I could also imagine a game like this, and we've seen several games like pop up on BSV and get very popular, and I can imagine like a game like this could become like the game that everyone on BSV plays for like some period of time. So yeah, I think if you were to continue building this and polishing it out, you have a real shot of both becoming of like the game of however long, and then also probably making some good money off the game's transactions too. So yeah, nice work.
So from turn to turn, are the players actually owning the jig? Like, does it transfer to each player, or is there a server involved that kind of is? I guess you said that it only updates when there's hits. So I guess the server is who's actually making the updates to the jigs.
Yeah. Now, if the server owns the jig, the when there's a disconnect, the server refunds both players their BSV. It pays them out. I'm having a little issue with the sending them the message, like viewing the transaction for that from the BSV JS library, but it does pay the money out. And you can see it in your wallet. And I was thinking it would be ideal to like send each player their jig, like of their game, like their copy of the game, like how Ian Grigg says, like the receipt is the money. You know what I mean? It's like your almost like a new kind of currency, like your game, your like your proof of play, your proof of work, and with respect to the gaming.
Well, what's really cool is when you can actually back that jig with the reward money, even, so that if you win the game that has the full history of the game, and it has the reward right in there. So
very exciting.
The other thing that comes to mind is you integrated Twitch Pay with this, and as far as I know, I think this is the first integration of the Twitch Pay user interface and library with Run. So nice work on that too. I think that's a new accomplishment.
Thanks. Yeah, I have an idea of sort of making my own kit too, so I can maybe have Dot Wallet and Hand Cash in the mix too. But the Twitch Pay was a really great, very easy to set up solution. I'm really thankful for Joshua's tutorial on it that he did last year, and thanks to Twitch for keeping the code stable so it still worked even from a tutorial I watched a year ago. I mean, they're really solid. Yeah, they're a great example of selling things that people's grandparents would buy. Like, look at that, the tendies, like literally chicken tenders, hats, like these kind of vintage things may seem mundane, but they have enormous appeal for people. And like the fighting games, it's there's so many opportunities for mass adoption there.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Andy. So I gotta cut this and say that I'm really glad we had you guys on to present yourselves, because we did a pre-judging run through of what we thought maybe the top 5 or 6 or 7 might be. And I don't know how we're going to end up with a real list now, because so far I think we're 4 for 4. And it just looks very different when you see it in practice. If you were to win or come, very high, what's going to be your name for this whole product? Because I don't think it should be Bitcoin ships, right? Like, or maybe that is, because you're going to want to have other games, other scale. I would want you to, for me as a business guy, I would want you to make the fees a lot more fair. Forget about, hey, chess.com also takes 99% fees, so I'll take 94%. Like, be the guy who like leverages Bitcoin and like just takes a huge volume game, takes like 2%, 3%. Think of a way to get people to start playing without paying these fees, because they don't want to go to the exchange to buy the Bitcoins first. Maybe they win 3 times in a row, then it becomes for real. They get some free things. There's a lot of ways you can take this as a gaming platform. So I wonder if you had like a haste or kind of that kind of idea of a platform for this whole thing.
Yeah, the name Money Games came to my mind. Money Games, which is kind of like games that are, classic games that are monetized, mostly games of skill, player versus player games. And yeah, I agree. And I think I'm sort of thinking too small sometimes because I don't necessarily appreciate what it's really like to have a game like this go viral, like how more duckies from Satoshi Nakamoto had something like 25,000 transactions in the first few days. And like, I don't really, in my mind sort of can't compute that yet. So I do think I'm thinking along those same ways of like, oh yeah, it's like 10%, because if you only get 1,000 games a day, that's like $50 or whatever, or in terms of, or whatever, however it works out. But yeah, I gotta definitely start thinking bigger in terms of volume.
Because you can do fundraisers to make the next game and vote for the next game to be built and whatever. So you can always monetize lots of other ways. You just want to get lots of people playing. And I know you were just coding this 12 hours ago. So, but it's important, especially if we're gonna, like, you know, for everyone else on this call, you know, as soon as you get recognized for being part of the hackathon or winning the hackathon or something like that, there's going to be PR written about it on CoinGeek. You don't want to have rebrands all the time and all that stuff. So think ahead a little bit. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Yeah, that's good advice. Really good advice. Yeah, a lot of opportunities for in-app purchases too. You know, dark mode. You know, and like stuff like that can really add up. When I was analyzing Twitch's stuff, it's like those kind of little one-off purchases, man. They can really add up. Yeah, there are tons of monetization opportunities for sure.
All right, let's move on because we have a lot of people in here waiting. Andy, thank you so much for presenting your Bitcoin Ships project. Next up, we have Ken Sato. Ken, are you in here?
I don't see Ken here. And I sort of wonder what time it is his time, because he is in Japan.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't you, Josh, share the screen and we'll go through.
Yeah. Let me grab it here. Let me get the link pulled up. All right, so I know what Ken was working on. Can you guys see it?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know what Ken was working on was trying to integrate like a stable coin of the Japanese yen with his yen point wallet. This was a project that was not completed, but he did give some links to kind of show in theory what it would be. So unfortunately, you know, he's not here, and you know, it's kind of rough because I think it's like 5 a.m. in Japan right now. But this, I think, is what he was trying to achieve. So just kind of a stable coin wallet. I know Ken's idea is a bit older, so you know, there's been lots of innovation over the past few months that, you know, make this idea might need to pivot in the future. But this is kind of what he has so far.
Good stuff. Any comments, guys? Or should we?
Can we talk about, do you say it was, I know it wasn't completed, but the run integration, did he get to the part where he had you know, tokens on chain? Did he make that?
No, as far as I could tell.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. Okay. But he has some ideas here. I know that he really wants to get yen point going in Japan. He has a bunch of projects that he wants to build around this. And so, you know, Ken, if you have any other comments you want to make about it, feel free to, you know, send us a message privately or whatever. But yeah, nice work at least getting the UI together.
Yeah, if Ken's watching. I've heard of this project for a couple of years. So, you know, I've lived in Japan when I was really young, and it's a unique culture. It's a local language barrier. So if you're making something so specific like a Japanese yen point, there should be no English website. You should not even be in any English communities. You should get a Japanese community and get adopted in Japan first, because I don't really see how people outside of Japan want to use Japanese yen as their like stable coin or anything like that. So maybe focus some time in Japan is what I would recommend.
Could it go to any state? Could it be any stable coin though? Like, I mean, essentially this could be the proof of concept that could be based on any stable coin.
Yeah. If he just wants to use Japanese yen as his first one and he's do other ones, then that makes more sense. Yeah. But I've only heard Japanese yen so far.
Okay, good stuff. Well, let's move on then. Next we have Zell, who you actually, he's on the Bitcoin's Got Talent that hasn't been released yet. So
That's releasing this week for sure.
good.
So I guess I can talk a little bit about this project. I went through it. The main idea is Zell on the call? I don't think he is, right?
No.
No, okay. So the main idea behind this is to have an on-chain Oracle data service. So there's all sorts of data that you might want to use inside of your jigs, your applications built around jigs, that comes from outside of the blockchain. And this includes price data. This includes more granular time data than what blocks give you, and also random numbers. And so, there's different ways to solve all of this. And this is a common ask. Like I know crypto fights, for example, one of the problems that they solve is provable randomness. And more duckies, these digital pets, they're birthed with random properties. And so this is also a problem. But everyone's sort of solving at least the problem of randomness in an ad hoc, separate way. And there's a need for Oracle data in general, not just randomness too. And so what Zell built was a selection of base jigs that, in theory, any application could extend from and use, that implement Oracle requests to and from a service that can fill that Oracle data out. And you can use that inside of your jig. So you could birth a digital pet, sends the server, and it comes back, and then you get your random properties. And so that's pretty useful. And then he also has, so he has his base jigs to do this, and then he has his concrete implementations that it looks like connect to his server to actually respond. And so, and I forgot to mention, these look like they're paid requests as well. So you would put some amount of Satoshis in to get back the BSV price, and then that BSV price could be part of your logic that you use inside of your game. And so the on-chain nature of this is what's new here. That's what it looks like to me. The fact that you can use this in a jig to get data inside of a jig securely, and have that provable record on-chain. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool, and probably would be used by lots of games in the future.
I really like the mechanism he's got for where he's minting a new jig, and that I assume is including the fee payment right in that jig that gets created, and gets like the whole flow works. I really like the flow of that. It just makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Everyone's using Pay Presto. Aaron, look at you.
Yeah, this is like an infomercial for Aaron's Pay Presto instead of the hackathon.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Zell. Can I just say it was really hard for me to pronounce the Rafael with an R, because in Brazil, Rafael is Rafael. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, you're right. I'm Mario. I'm representing the team. We are 5 team members. Rafael was the one that put us on the hackathon, and it was our first time in contact with Run and with blockchain. It was a very, very cool experience, and we learned a lot. Yeah, but there was no much time. We used it on the Saturday and the Sunday, only 2 days for doing this, and we can't do a lot with that. But let me share the screen.
Where are you from, Mario?
We're from Brazil.
Olha!
Do you speak Portuguese?
Falo.
Ah, que legal. Nice, very nice. Is this the screen already
Yes,
up?
we can see it.
You're good.
Yeah, we are the team in Kryptonians, like a cryptocurrency, but Kryptonita is Superman, like a hero. And we made this idea like thinking about a game, where we had a kind of multiplayers and a battlefield or something like that. and you can create an avatar with an NFT, yeah, right, avatar. And basically you put your name and your name in author and the name of your Kryptonian character. You choose the character you want to, and you put your address of your public key or something for recording the NFT art. And then you put your skills like power, shield, something. You can spend 20 cryptos, like it's like a coin of the Kryptonians, right? You have 20 cryptos left to spend. And you put your skills and then you pay it. And then the NFT will be created, right? At the end, the NFT will be created. In the future, we intend to do more, right? Like doing the really battlefield and multiplayer where you have your avatar and other stuff. And these powers and shield and speed will compete with each other. Yeah. And here you can see on Explorer the address and the wizard that already made a jig. And here is the author, the image we uploaded for the Bitcoins file, and power, shield, and speed we put in the skills, right? That's it, guys.
So do you have, I know there's lots that can be done with this since it's very simple, but do you have specific ideas of how you want to build these characters out?
Yeah, we didn't have many time, as I said, and it's really very simple, but we intend to, after that, make like a cards of a character or a game and a characters where one of you choose, and the battle of like cards with, you have a card with 9 power, 6 shield, and 5 speed, against with another card with other skills, right? And then you can compete, and the winner will win tokens or something like that in BSV.
Can you talk about the artwork here for the Kryptonians? Were those designed by your team? Are they auto-generated? What do you imagine people would use them for? Any thoughts on that?
I think you can create about a kind of art, right? And this art can be exchanged in the future, like you have on a Pokemon, and you have that Pokedex with your avatars, and you play against each others. Like I have a Kryptonian card, and you have another Kryptonian card, and then you can even sell in the future your Kryptonian if it the objective was to put the number of victories, the number of wins. So if you have a card with 100 wins, then you can sell it for a bigger price, right? Because this card wins a lot.
Yeah, there's some game aspect here that probably you'd want to build out more in the future. And so they're not just avatars. They're avatars, but they have properties, and there would be some game mechanic in the future. Okay, sounds good. Anyone else have any thoughts or questions about this?
Doesn't seem like it. No, I think it's really interesting. Hang on. I would like to see where it goes. Sorry, we're getting a lot of feedback here. Yeah, I think it's definitely a really good first step, and I'm really interested to see where you take it towards that more gaming kind of aspect. And it would be really interesting too if you could, have a larger range of avatars, or something that, like, by the powers, it like gives a surprise avatar, like auto generates by the choice. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that you can go here. It's very interesting for sure, though.
Yeah, that was an idea that we thought about growing up in the future. This idea, yeah, and I hope we can do it. It was simple, but It was a lot of effort because it was the first time doing this and with blockchains and runs and learning about jigs, and it was it was a very good experience. Thank you for the
Amazing
opportunity.
stuff. Well done,
Keep
Mario.
going. Keep going. Yeah.
Keep going. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to the next one, guys. We've got a lot of people to get through here. So the next person we have is Saishaya. Did I say that right? Or Saisha? Saishaya?
I don't think they're on the call. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, they're not. All right, I'll just share the screen.
Cool.
Okay, it's this one. So they made what they're calling a microsite builder. So it's a way for you to build website templates that they actually put into jigs themselves. So down here, you can just build out a template here. And then once you make it, it ends up on chain as a jig. So they got some pricing stuff here, and here's the how it works section. But I think this is pretty interesting, and it does work. So we were talking a bit before the show how you could envision people selling templates, or designers earning through this by maybe they're making some great templates and they're selling these off or selling pieces of it to different people.
This is cool.
Is Saishaya a guy or girl? Do we know?
We don't know.
Okay.
I think it's neat because it actually has some interesting use cases outside of even what they're intending it for. There could be like ways of defining how different jigs can get rendered out. So you could almost build out standard rendering templates for all sorts of jigs, not just microsites with this type of approach.
Yeah, I think there's a few really cool aspects here. So, sorry, do you want to go, Jack?
No, go first.
Okay, I was going to say, so being that these site builders are tokens, they can be bought and sold, and so you can imagine going to the DEX and buying a template that you want to use, and what you're really buying, at least in this example, isn't the content itself, because the content itself is on chain, the images are on chain, the HTML is on chain. You're buying almost a license to use it. That's what it looks like to me, and so I think that's pretty interesting by itself, just having that easy way of doing that. The other thought is this could be, potentially combined in different ways with other projects. Like I think, maybe this could be combined with Lib's Shifty Nifties to encrypt the sites or provide a smaller version of it, or even combined with itself. Like these are full site pages, but you could imagine that maybe you have particular widgets that go for sale within a page. And the ecosystem that could develop around this could be very interesting in the future. It has a lot of potential for being an on-chain, really an on-chain website. And I know that like Unwriter has done stuff with Bottle before, and he has some formats, but what's missing from that model is really the ability to trade and to buy and sell these things, and also to connect them all together. So it's a very interesting project.
Yeah, well, some of the largest companies in the world are like Weebly, right? And these Wix, and there's demand to make websites. And before the show, this was not number one in terms of my ranking, but number one to one I want to meet the founder most, or because this idea is so different than let me make a game, let me make some artwork, or an exchange or trading data. This is so out there that there's so many more. You can tell this person's not just doing this for a hackathon. There's some plan here, and I think just seeing the website, I'm even more intrigued now.
This is something that I'm really excited about. Like this is, you kind of, if you can imagine it, you're getting rid of this is a microsite builder. So you're getting rid of like WordPress, you're getting rid of all that, like kind of all of these other things we have to pay, those monthly fees to maintain the domain, the this, the that. Like this is super, super interesting and cool. It takes the microtransactions to a whole other level.
And look at the pricing. This person clearly thinks there's going to be like 1 million sites made like this. I love that.
Good stuff. I really like this one. Good. All right.
I have a question. Josh, do you know, is there a viewer for these? Is there a component that you can pull into your website to say, hey, just show this micro jig, this microsite jig, and then it'll just display it on your page? Is there an easy way to do that?
Well, you can see what they're taking the location from the jig and then rendering that here. So they must have something like that built.
Do we know if this is a Teams submission or a site chat of a single person?
As far as I know, it's single.
Okay, we'll have to circle back on this among many of projects at the end when we come.
I
down to judging.
agree. Yeah. Absolutely.
Thanks, River. What's next?
All right. Next up, we have Steven Zeiler. AnyPay.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Super cool projects that I've seen. I love the Battleship one. That last microsite builder was awesome. They're all really cool. Let's see. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, is that working? So with AnyPay, we work with traditional retail businesses, whether they're like stores that you go to or they're online stores that do e-commerce. And I love to focus on people who want to earn Bitcoins and who want to like sell real products for Bitcoin. So that's the AnyPay focus, always has been. And but a lot of our the merchants that we talk to, their traditional systems, they like to offer discounts and promotions and coupons and things to their customers. And there's this giant, huge market in the global economy for promotions and discounts. And I wanted to bring that to BSV in a way that was using tokens where people could acquire discounts and tokens that would give them benefits when they're shopping, that they could like buy and sell and trade these different coupons and discounts. And so we made this concept where you can get a discount when you're paying. And the discount is a run token that we built it for one product first. And the idea is that because we built it for one store, it will work for all kinds of different stores that use our platform. And so the first store we implemented this for is paypow.com. For people who haven't used paypow.com before, it's the best way to buy cool stuff with Bitcoin. Like for instance, if you want to buy Nintendo stuff, or you want to drive around on Uber, you can buy credits for like a whole bunch of different stores using paypow.com. And so our idea was to be able to empower business owners to offer discounts and promotions that are tokenized using Run. So for instance, so if you haven't used paypow.com before, the next time you sign in, go to paypow.com or using the Handcash app store. You can connect with PayPal, and it will send you a discount token in your to your Handcash Pay mail address, and that's on the Run system. And when that token is in your wallet, then you get the superpower. You get 5% off of all things. So one of our most popular things people like to buy is Nintendo. So like I'm gonna say I'll buy. Oh gosh, but I was supposed to sign in. Okay. So our submission here is paypal.com/coupons. It's our concept for coupons. So I'm going to sign in with Handcash, and you can also sign in with Relay. But I like Handcash a lot. And it was kind of a more interesting challenge to use Handcash because they don't They're extremely popular, but they don't have an explicit run interface yet. So I was working with the Handcash team to find a way to offer run tokens with Handcash, and we figured out a way in the last 2 days, which was
Breaking news: Handcash and run.
yeah, no, it is breaking news. Well, it's like it's not explicit, but what we've developed here, I think they're going to make it like they probably don't want me to tell you, but they'll probably
buy Schwa with Handcash.
Yeah, they're gonna have some explicit run interface, and we had to work through some issues, but like it was too easy with Relay, you know. But yeah, so okay, so like this is super simple. Here's a $50 Relay X credit, but because I've received, I've signed in with Handcash, and so I received this PayPal special token. Here's an email that I got when I signed in, and anyone can do this now. Just it gives me this 5% off token, and anyway, we don't have to look at that on the blockchain. But here, if I use my Handcash or any other wallet, really, I could use Money Button, but like that's not as good. Maybe people can see I got, it says 47.50, so that's 5% off the $50. And that's when I go to pay for this. I don't use Nintendo, so I'm not going to buy it. But when I go to pay, it looks into my Handcash wallet, looks for all of my run objects, and it finds that I have this coupon in my wallet, and then it gives me a discount. And this is a proof of concept for us. Our platform has maybe 200 different businesses around the world that use AnyPay, and the vision is that like basically every business you've ever shopped at has coupons and promotions because they're a really scientifically effective way for people to get new customers and to build loyalty. And a lot of these coupons, like they just get lost. You can't keep them in your Bitcoin wallet. You can't keep them, and there's this huge inefficiency. And like my vision for coupons and discounts and promotions is that you can collect these in your Bitcoin wallet, and then whenever you're going to shop, you can use them, or you can like put them on the DEX. Say you get like a really great discount, or you come across this Instagram post which has this like 50% off some cool gym membership or something. You don't go to that gym, but maybe you can sell it to someone else, or they can bid. So where I want to take this is where all these discounts and coupons and promotions are tradable and sellable. And so that's what our proof of concept is here. I was just introduced to Run this weekend. It's the first time I ever tried to use it. And it was really nice, really great documentation, like fantastic documentation. And I first implemented it and I was like, oh no, my Relay wallet has like all these tokens. It's so slow. And Derek said like, well, you should use a cache. It's like the cache. Then I saw there's a cache API. So we implemented the cache API. It's caching everything in our PayPal database. And yeah, the idea is that eventually, the next step, we've done this for one merchant, but this will work for all of our AnyPay users. So the idea is that you can create coupons and promotions. This is what a normal AnyPay dashboard looks like for our merchants. You'd be able to create promotions, different percentages, different how long they last, and then we'll help you send them out to people. Like I want to send them to all the Twitch users, or I want to send them to all the PayPal users. So far, Jack, I don't know how to send emails to all the Relay users. Like, how do I message all the Relay users and say, I just sent you a discount on and your favorite stuff. I don't know how to,
Good-
I don't know how to
good-
do
good
that
point.
yet.
Good point.
Like if I send them a Bay mail, they probably wouldn't get it.
Yeah, we'll have to improve that. Get Degan back on Baymail. Can I make a couple comments just generally?
Please. Yes.
Number one, I think people should know the background of you, Stephen, and Derek. You guys have been out of New Hampshire promoting Bitcoin since what, 2013, 14?
A very long time we've been using Bitcoin.
Okay, 2009, January 3rd. Got it.
2011, I'd say.
Yeah, and I just say, like, a lot of people do this virtual stuff because it's much easier to do virtual stuff, less friction. But I've always been, like you guys, just a huge fan of your work in terms of doing physical world, real things, and that's what we need. I do have one prognostication, which is that I believe that the only reason the coupon promotional market exists is because the actual item that you want to buy is not dynamically priced. So if my burger is selling at my store for $3 a burger, I can't change that $3 to $2.74 at 4 p.m. between 4 and 5. So I have to keep on giving these like coupons on Wednesdays and whatever. If you had a more dynamic price, I think you could skip a step here where the user doesn't buy a coupon, then go buy something else with the coupon, get a savings. There's a lot of math there. You could just have the merchant just sell something like, hey, this is not a coupon. This is just the actual item. It's just, you can only get this item on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. or something like that. So when I buy that, I know I'm getting the item. It's a little bit like the taco guys with like the whole one taco is one taco. So maybe there's a way you can, I see the way you've done it here, which is you've tried to make a merchant tool that looks like anyone else's merchant tool. And then you've added kind of these special features on top of this analytics stuff. But you know, there might be a different market for you or for someone else who just go direct to, I don't know if it's still called a coupon, but just like a token to represent something.
You're totally right, because, okay, look, like say you got a store, say it's like Home Depot, they have all these products. They don't necessarily know how to market the products as well as someone else in the marketplace might. So like, say you got like lawnmowers at Home Depot. If you could sell a token that like was a lawnmower, then a promoter might be able to go and sell that lawnmower token for more, and like find a customer. So like right now we're tokenizing in terms of dollars and there's this discount, but ultimately I want to have coupons or like redeemable items that are actual items that you can actually get, and so that there would be a market for people trading these items, and then they'd be able to redeem them in real physical space.
Yeah, once this happens, I don't need a Home Depot to stash all the lawnmowers and then all the fertilizer, all the other items. I just have 100 lawnmowers in my own backyard that you can come here and redeem it. Like,
they don't even need to be created yet, even like
exactly.
Yeah, but so that's where I want to go, and I want to take this into larger businesses, and that's where we're focused on this PayPal concept. And but there's also a lot of other Bitcoin businesses. Like there's a lot of people who sell stuff online for Bitcoin, and they're trying to earn stuff. And so this platform will help them offer promotions and try to get new customers through their, like, you know, their small business online, their WordPress, selling merchandise or the things like that. So what we did was we made a platform. It's on GitHub for creating these coupons and like checking if your customers have coupons. And then the one thing that I didn't get to that I would really want to, and that I was working with Brandon from Handcash on, is using coupons as part of the payment in the payment protocol.
Like an extension to BIP 270.
Yeah, exactly. So we want to, we were like fleshing this out, but we couldn't get it productized yet in the 3 days. But adding an actual run transaction into the BIP 270 protocol, and this, and people might not be familiar with this, but what BIP 270 does is it makes negotiation of payments between a business and a customer really great and awesome and magic. And so we want to bring that to run tokens. So when you pay, you can pay like some Bitcoin and then some coupons or something like that. So we have a spec for that. It's like in a branch on the repo because it wasn't like we couldn't deliver that for this hackathon. But that's the ultimate goal. And I even see using run tokens just to pay, like using only run tokens to pay for things
Exactly.
in the future instead of even Bitcoin. So that like that will be part of the extension to the protocol. That's way more awesome. but this is the start.
Hey, that's when we will actually add BIP 270.
I know. That's why I'm doing this. So I can just get your stupid wallet to add BIP 270. Like I think Relay is the best wallet, but I have to use hand cash because you guys don't do that.
So I actually like the concept of being able to sell coupons at a discount so that people who are in certain communities that can get the coupons, and then other people who are going to go then, like say you have a 10% off and someone will give you 3% of what you want to spend so you can get that coupon from them. And it seems like an interesting form of onboarding possibly if there ends up being like selected areas where these things get distributed such that if all Twitch users got certain coupons for certain things, but someone else wants to buy that thing, and actually there's a market for to sell coupons at a discount, where you look at printed paper coupons that say cash value of 1/1,000,000th of a cent or something like that. Like you could actually use these discounts and build a market around that. I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can if you log in today, in the next couple of days, you look at this 5% off coupon, and then that's it for this first promotion. But then you can go and set, like, it's a run token, so you can sell that to someone. Say someone needs to buy a new MacBook, that's $2,000. They get 5% off, that's $100. Well, maybe you don't want to buy a new MacBook right now, but your buddy does. You can sell this thing and make $100, or make $50, and it's all in Bitcoin. And Relay XDEX will handle it.
Well, what's really neat about this, what I find interesting is, and this applies to other projects too, but the fact that your coupons are created by a business, you have them on your platform, then they can go to this third-party wallet. They can show up in multiple wallets, and then go to a DEX. It's like, where does this kind of experience live outside of the blockchain? This data that just flows across apps as if it's like water or something. It's incredible. And I think the idea, I want to second the idea of this leaning into like the real-time token economy angle here, of having people buy and sell that have more of a need for something. The economics is very interesting here, and I'm happy that you're able to integrate this into an existing product you already have. I would love to see, what else you can do with this as well. The coupons, as they are, they're fairly simple right now, but I could imagine, for example, maybe, if you are a big coupon user, you get another benefit, or you could build on top of this idea in the future, of businesses that launch a lot of coupons get some kind of reward over time. Who knows? But I think it's a great start.
Steven, right now you are a middleman between someone selling an actual dollar Home Depot coupon. So I can see that you're limited to about 5%, maybe 10% max. But if I'm a barber and I have no actual fixed cost except for my time, I'm basically gonna I can make an 80% coupon if I wanted to. But yeah. But it's not gonna expire because it's a value. Like David made an amazing point. It's like you're really just crowdsourcing the best salesperson kind of a thing. So it's like, I wouldn't say it's more powerful than Tonic Power. It's different, but it just opens up the possibilities to so many more things. And what your project already made me think, I called my developer immediately, name's Derek, and I said, our 3% NFT fee on the Relay DEX, it's already quite good versus the Ethereum scams, which they have 5, 10%, 7% plus royalties. But if we're going to tackle this kind of real-time economy thing, like Niv is saying, we need to get down to like eventually sub 1%, sub 0.5% fee, so they can really kind of move.
Yeah, you're totally right about other business. So like this PayPal is just one AnyPay account, and there's hundreds of AnyPay accounts that are using AnyPay to sell things. And like, so for instance, a barber. Okay, there's a barber, Keen Barber. He uses BSV, and if he could use our platform. Right now, he would have to use the API, but the next step is to make it so he can just click and create a promotion. He could make it for 80% off. and maybe he doesn't have any customers. He should give out this coupon. So yeah, the PayPal is we're stuck in, you're right, 5 to like 15% on that, but or we can just give away free money and make it more. But yeah, any business that has really high margins can offer any kind of coupon, and that's the idea for the next phase. We built the platform, and now we're going to try to work with businesses who want to offer coupons. Maybe some of you guys have already a WordPress store where you're offering merchandise that you would like to get some coupons going. So hit me up. At the bottom of this is a link to the Telegram, so you can hit us up on Telegram there.
This was a long one, but great job. Okay, keep going. Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, guys.
Good stuff. Thanks, Stephen. It's like peer-to-peer marketing. I really, really like it. The idea is cool. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next, we have ChipStart. We've got ChipStart in here.
I don't think they're on, so I can show what they did.
Cool.
So this one also did not complete, but I think their project is pretty interesting. So their idea was kind of do race cars, but if I click this single player, so the idea is that they don't have any extra parts here, but you would pick these different parts, right? And then you would start the race game. Now, they mentioned in their GitHub they didn't really get this part working, but I think the concept itself is pretty interesting. Let me see if I can get the key working here.
How do we judge anymore? This is crazy. Keep going. I know.
But yeah, so like I said, this doesn't work, but let me try I can show this on the chain. So you can see here, they got different parts. So I think it's, it's not finished, but I think it's, you could think of different, how they could take this. And unfortunately, they're not here to talk through it, but I think pretty cool concept.
The concept is definitely cool, but it's, sorry, keep going.
No, go ahead.
I think the concept is cool, but because it's all on chain, I assume that the aim of the game would be to win the race or something. Except if you have all this information on chain, you could automatically choose which car is faster or which car is right.
That's where you need those oracles or other sort of random numbers coming from other places.
Right.
So this is actually a member of my team of my company who did this with her boyfriend, and they are, neither of them has ever worked in Run before, and I know that they said they bit off way more than they could chew, but it's really neat to see what they got done here. So
Good stuff. Any other comments, guys?
I think I would just want to see this built out more, because I think it's a good start, and it has a cool concept of being able to trade parts of cars, introduce some randomness into it, make these different parts actually have specs that can be bailed out, and then the racing game itself, turn that into like a fun thing that people want to do addictively throughout the day. And I think you have a real product in your hand that could become like a really popular game for some amount of time. I'd love to see it continued.
Yeah, Mario Kart has some concept like that. Like as you go through the game, you get different parts that have different attributes. So that would be really interesting if you actually own those instead of just them sitting on Nintendo's game cartridge, right? And then you could trade those, and people, that Mario Kart, those races get out of control competitive. So people would definitely be buying those items from people.
I have one more thing to say on this is, we're in this like really unique space or time in BSV where the apps are just starting, and the bar is not yet too high where you don't need the perfect graphics in the world. You don't need all the plans in the world to build this thing out, and you just need to get something out there, and you'll have a community right from the start that is is ready to start using it. So like, I don't think this needs that much more work to get it into a real game. And it won't be like that forever. At some point, the bar is going to be very high for games and apps built on BSV, but like take advantage of this time. And I'd love to see this be built out.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Relay X UI. You don't need much.
Absolutely true. Definitely now is the time to get in, isn't it? To get in with the amateur stuff and build it up together, build up the space. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next, we have Banana Run Day or Crypto Cat.
That's us. I would love to walk you through our project. That's all right.
Absolutely, we would love that.
Everyone pay attention. This is exciting.
Oh, look at Jack.
So I just want to start out by thanking Jan and Graham and Jordan who did all and impressed with what they've done. So check out their apps, all Colorblind and Bitcoin Token Exchange. Having said that, so we are launching Subroshi, and Subroshi is basically inspired by CryptoPunks. It's the second highest auctioned collection of NFTs on Ethereum, but they're just pictures on a blockchain. But Subroshis are in fact identity. So they're not just pictures, they're procedurally generated. They're jigs, and they have different attributes, different names, different accessories, different backgrounds, and you can use them. Most importantly, you can use them on all the BSV partner apps as your official avatar. And when you do that, you also get a verified badge on, for example, Twitch or Relica, that you are the official owners. So the guys have written some code that can be easily implemented on all these partner platforms, but just a few lines of JavaScript that will authenticate against your Subroshi, so that we actually know that you own. So you're really a piece able to essentially, this is also a place for apps, BSV apps, to get users, because there's a Discover App section in the Subroshi wallet where people that have Subroshis can discover new apps, and they can even get Subroshis just by signing up for apps. So it's you could say sort of an affiliate marketing tool for anybody building on BSV. So users win, app builders win, everybody wins. We have a marketplace as well where you can auction your Subroshis. You can also list them as a buy now option, and you can buy booster packs from us that will have at least guaranteed one rare Subroshi, a little bit like buying like a Pokemon deck of cards. So this is the UX, but what's a lot more interesting is actually how it works, right? So let's go to that. So this is what Jan and Graham implemented. This is the live Subroshi wallet with actual jigs from the blockchain. You can see I've activated this one, and if I go to Colorblind app, it will actually show this Subroshi as my avatar on the app. Okay, it's not exactly in line, but this is actually pulled from my Subroshi address. So I can use my Subroshi wallet to show my Subroshis on, in this case, Colorblind app. I can also buy packs. This really works on testnet. So you can buy from several versions, several editions of Subroshis. Yeah, you can see them in your wallet here. And then Jordan has built this Subroshi viewer, which is actually a site inside of a Bitcoin transaction where you can see all of the Subroshis ever issued. You can see the ones that you own, and you can see here the metadata of each Subroshi. But you can also see other people's Subroshis, and you can You can browse them by rarity as well. You can see the partnered apps as well. Yeah, and the Subroshis, we know we have not parity labs, but rarity labs. So the Subroshis to implement different attributes, faces, hairstyles, accessories, etc. And those attributes, they, they can sometimes be controlled by partners, like Twitch could issue Taco specific Subroshis. There could be special modifiers for early adopters or power users, series specific Subroshis that will only exist in a certain time frame, for example, being issued on Easter, things like that. So feel free to, I invite you all to read the Bro paper, where we go into the details of proof of flags and a peer-to-peer electronic flag system. And you can see more about Subroshi also on, I have to move this a little bit, on our site. So we have subroshi.com. That's an overview of all of the information about the project, basically. The Subroshis that are there, the code example that we demonstrated, the UX, the viewer, the on-chain viewer.
He's frozen.
I think we lost him.
Good if you want. I don't know if you can still hear me.
We're already sold.
So how much variety is there amongst?
In a shell. Right.
We lose him. Are you on mute, Vincent?
We lost him. We've got him. He's got a bad signal.
Oh yeah.
I think.
So sorry about that, guys. My internet connection is a bit shaky. So right now, the part that we faked is that they aren't procedurally generated because we couldn't fit that in the time, but all the other things work. Or a lot of.
Okay, we're gonna have
Are
to.
you able to hear me?
No, you keep freezing up.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna turn off my. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Right now we can.
Yeah, turn your video off. Yeah, perfect.
Sorry, I turned my video off. Yeah. So just to summarize, because I realize I'm taking a lot of time. So the procedural generated part, that's not done yet, but we want to make an interface where we can basically map attributes, different types of attributes and different instances to different probabilities, different rarity factors, and then generate Subroshis on demand, guaranteeing that certain attributes are only issued by certain partners, some of them only issued at certain times of year or in a finite way. And the other ones, they will be more common attributes. But that's something we can fit into the hackathon, but that will be the next steps. So it's basically dynamic CryptoPunks that also are your provable identity and on any BSV enabled app. That's the value proposition.
So, and I know we need to get moving on, but can you explain that protocol? Like, is that a protocol that other apps need to support, or is there already some sort of protocol along that line for avatars that you guys are complying with?
So that's a great question.
Sounds like we lost you again.
It's a great question that he'll answer maybe one day.
Why don't we just Hey, Vincent, we're gonna have to cut you, but we love the presentation. But we can, I think this is such an interesting topic we all have an opinion on. We can just bounce around, within this chat. Even if you're not a judge, I love to hear your thoughts. But if I were you, I would get this out as soon as possible. You don't want someone else to ship like Sasishi or something, like sister. And so you got a lot going on there. I think over the next 1 year, you can build the whole thing out. And then, maybe people like to trade. You have a marketplace there. They might want to buy Schwa on your marketplace. Okay, that's great. But if I were you, I would get these things out. And one of the great things that you already have as a network effect is people watching this right now. And on behalf of everyone who's sponsored, there's hundreds of people who have sponsored, I would maybe airdrop everyone a Sabroshi. So this might be the first hackathon where you contributed money to a hackathon, but then you received something. And maybe the other projects will also give something to sponsors, who knows, that will build a very rapid network effect where the tokens are trading on RelayX. If you need me to waive the fees, I can think about that. But get this going, and then you can ride that momentum, build everything else. What do you guys think?
That's really good. He's just in the chat, and he said that that's a great idea. So I definitely agree as well.
Yeah, so shameless shilling here, because those NFTs haven't been issued, right? So whoever owns them at the time we do it gets all those things. So, those are still obtainable at the RelayX market. But it's, we haven't given out the prize yet either. So that means anybody who still funds it, that still goes to the hackathon. So just saying.
The comments on YouTube are really funny. We've got, hi, I'm Mike, your broski. Share a broshi with your broskies. We've got the based frozen friend. It's good. This is good. This is good fun. I like that.
And if you do that, I'll try to think of some ways where we can rapidly get our different products to support that avatar.
Okay? Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of products within this call, right? Aaron, Pay Presto, every time I use Pay Presto, I want to see a Sabroshi, okay?
So we were actually just having a call earlier this morning at Fix about a little representation of a profile pic kind of thing. So yeah, let's get a standard in place on that too. Put that out there, and other of us will use it.
Yeah.
This could easily be the brand of BSV, like what people think of when they come use BSV apps. I know, some people know I was at Snapchat before this, and Snap bought this company called Bitmoji, and this just quickly became the brand of what you look like in Snap as soon as it was integrated. And even today, like you'll notice my own profile picture on GitHub and other places is a Bitmoji, because I think it's just so cool. But I'd love to change this to a Brotoshi. That would be even better.
The domain is amazing. How did you get that? And then like just the name of this whole thing is just so good.
It's just really cool. Really cool.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, let's move on because we still have quite a few following. The next one, actually we have 3 left, so that's good. So the next one is Juan.
Yeah.
Where's your one? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me share my screen. There it goes. So on my team, we were Ludat, Usa, and Juan, and it's the first time we do something with Run, also with BSV, and also with anything related to the blockchain. So what we attempted to do was a game that can be played by different people at the same time. So it isn't 1 versus 1, but it's like a team against another team. And the goal of the game, it's something like you have 2 teams. You have this field where you like battle, and there is a team that goes up and a team that goes down, and you want to get 1 pawn from your side to the other before the other team does. So the way this plays out is, let me show in the Run Explorer some of the sheets, some of the classes that we created. We have the game that is the one that manages like how this is played out, and what you have to do is when you want to play, you have to join one of the games. That creates an invitation request that is sent to it by the player. So the invitation request is shown by the game actually, and when the game accepts the invitation requests for all the players that want to play, each player gets a joystick. We did this because we wanted to give the players some control over what's happening in the game, but not be able to like just modify anything about the game. So what the players can do with this joystick is they can deploy a hero, which I will talk about that in a bit, and it like sends the game a command that says, "Hey, I want to do this," and the game it has 2 ticks, like it has turns that each time a turn advances, what happens is it checks all the commands that the player sent, that right now the only thing they can do is like deploy a hero, and they also make the heroes advance. So this right here is a game in that is being played out, and let's see if this works fine, because the main problem that we found, or the main challenge, was that it worked a bit slow. I think it was because we had like a lot of shakes that with a lot of information in them. But when this updates, this is like trying to wait for updates. Let's see if I can see what's in the game at the moment. When this updates, this recently updated tick. Well, if this updates, what should happen is, oh, I think it did. Let me try again. Like all the pawns that are like don't have any opposing pawn in front of them will advance one cell, and the others will like engage. In fact, oh, there this one advance. The thing is that the other ones are like fighting, so they are in the same spot. Like, sorry for the graphics, but you can see how each time we tick the game, the players advance, and these ones, they like lose a bit of health. We can see in the blockchain explorer, these are our shigs. Like this one is going down, it has this health. It was created from this hero. This part is incomplete. We wanted to be able to create these pawns from like some things that people could have in their inventory. I'll talk about that in a bit, but right now that's hard coded. And well, they change its position each time they play, until one of the two teams gets one to the other side. And when that happens, that team wins. So this is not just two players, like any player could join like one battle that is being played at the moment, and add more deploy more heroes to the game through these joysticks that they have. And well, one interesting thing is that this doesn't have a server. This is running all all these objects are stored in the blockchain at all times. The only thing that needs to be done like outside this is talk with the shig that represents the game to say, like, approve the invitations you have for the game, or tick, which makes like a turn pass. And to try to avoid players from like trying to cheat, like playing out of order or stuff like that, a new turn is created on each tick. The turn is also a shig, and in the joystick you have to sync to get the current turn and send that, so you wouldn't be able to send for previous turns or stuff like that. And then what else there is to see? Well, we have like here is the address of the player, which has like two heroes and a joystick. And the heroes right now, this is the part that was left incomplete. Well, the original idea was that instead of just spawning like a pawn that is generic and is always placed the same, like move once placed forward and hits with a fixed amount of damage and all that, have it be based on a hero that you could have as a card like this, and that you could, for example, customize by giving it a name or something like that. And then the other idea was that when somebody wins, the game awards a prize to somebody, and that you could like use that prize in your heroes to level them up or give them like different stats. Like that part, like having, I don't know, like a hero builder or like a creator for that, and a way to like make them evolve to then use them in fights, was incomplete. But right now we have this that like works. You can like join a play, and it's running the testnet. You can join a game and the game advances, and like some team wins when somebody gets to the other side. And let me see if there was anything else to mention. Well, for example, in this case, there was like one play that was sped up, and when somebody gets to the end, you can see that the game says, okay, the winner is up. It had all these joysticks which allow the players to play. It has like the current turn and all the pawns that are in play. It knows all of those things. And yeah, I think that's it.
So I really like what you're doing with the interactions between the jigs, and I think this is probably the most complex example I've seen of grasping kind of how jigs can interact with each other, and how like you mentioned, the joystick is kind of representing the person's turn, but the server is ticking along, not the players. Like it's, I think you've really grasped. I'm really impressed. This is your first time touching any of this stuff, because from a complexity of a game standpoint, this is really impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the most challenging part was like trying to, for example, if I try to deploy very fast or stuff like that, that has problems with the synchronization, because it takes a bit too long, and I'm not sure exactly why it happens, but I feel it might be because of all these like relations between like a jig that knows a lot of jigs and all that, and they have to be synchronized. But yeah, what we tried. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if you're going to take this further, please feel free to reach out to me, because I would love to talk through how you can solve some of those things. Okay. And I would love to see this taken further.
I want to echo what David said. I think these performance problems totally solvable. You're running on testnet. We don't have a testnet pay server. RunDB doesn't run on testnet. These are all things that when you go to mainnet would be easy to solve. And of course, David, CryptoFights has also solved a lot of these problems too. So, I have no doubt that this will be super zippy once the right infrastructure is in place. But nice work. I think this is cool. I don't know this. Is this game based off of another game? I personally haven't seen this style of game before.
Yeah, it actually is. Like we ended up deciding which game it was going to be like on Saturday night, because we were like implementing all this part of the, okay, we have the game, we want to send it stuff, we want to see stuff moving. But we discussed several ideas, and we ended up with something like, no, sorry, it was, I had a link to it. It's like a version of Clash Royale. Clash Royale is a game in which you have like two sides, and you have to destroy like the towers of the other player, and you have cards that you play, and it has like one special mode that is practically this, in which you want to have at least one character get to the other side. So we took that and we said, okay, what if that could be played like, instead of being like a 5 minutes play, be something that can be played like massively, like you can join any battle that there is, like you have your heroes, and you can deploy one in one battle and then check, okay, let's see how it did, and you can see the result. Like, for example, you can see like all the moves that it did, how it progressed through the battle, and if it got the prize or not, and all that. And then, for example, something that we thought is that stuff like the heroes and the prizes that you get could be traded with other players easily, I think.
So is the idea that moving forward, the different hero players could have different attributes, so that they would have an impact on which ones they choose versus other players, and that would kind of help determine the outcome?
Yeah, totally. Like I really wanted to get to that part, but like we don't have time. Like I would like to have, for example, I don't know, some players that have like different strength, so they hit harder, or more health, so they can last longer, or for example different range to like hit like from different distances or move in different ways, something like that. And the thing is that like, since these characters will be like heroes or stuff that you have in your inventory, and like let's say that you can deploy in one battle at a time, like they have like some personality, because you can I would like the players to be able to customize them, to see like, okay, this is like hero from that person. Right now these are only pawns that are all equal. The only thing they have is a reference to what they were created by, and it's just a string at the moment. But I would like that part to like click here and be able to see what's this thing. Yeah.
Sense.
I think, of course, love to see this with like artwork and made to look like really good. I think it's got potential here for gameplay. And shout out to if you need to work with an artist on this, shout out to Art on Chain. That's her Twitter handle, and she was the artist for the Run Hackathon, as well as the Pew Pews on Relay and other projects. So maybe she, or maybe someone else who's listening to live stream, would be able to help you with some of the artwork here. But gameplay looks pretty cool. Very happy to see it.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Any other comments, guys, or shall we move on? No. All right. Well, thank you so much, Juan, for presenting. Who have we got next? We have Mac Jacobson. Have we got Mac in here? I think we do, or we did.
I couldn't change the name.
There you are.
Yeah, I couldn't change the name on my phone, so I think it says iPhone, right?
Yeah, say iPhone. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Anyway, I am here in Thailand actually, and it's like 4 a.m., so I'm very tired. I haven't slept yet.
Oh, that's dedication.
Yeah. Yeah, what I've done here is the Minesweeper game. So I actually spend a lot of time just thinking what to build. I did end up like just building a simple classic game what you plays in Windows like 20 years ago. So this is it what I've built. So I decided to make the mines as an NFT, and you can then monetize in the game. You can monetize it by deploying in the game, and then if a player lose, the mine will receive some reward. Yeah. Okay. So basically, this is the game. Yeah.
So I'm
Have you
logged
had some funds?
a little bit, yeah. Do I need to put more
Okay.
in?
So I have already placed like 10 mines. So you can just start playing if you have enough funds.
No, I need more. Oh, let me put some more in here.
Yeah. You can just click on one of the field. The problem I have is I must say that I'm a front-end developer, so I'm not very good at the back-end stuff. Anyway, what the issue is, it is very slow at it is very slow at the back end. So once you click on the field, it will take some time to load. But once that's done, you can start playing pretty fast.
Trying to top this up. Okay, now we should have enough.
Initially, I built it on the testnet, and I couldn't integrate the caching in testnet. So this is the reason why it's not working, I think.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Okay.
We're
now
gonna
you
get
can
a
just start playing.
What's that, Ren?
I said we're gonna get a testnet caching layer for you. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you. The counter is yeah. So the idea is if you win, you get the money from the people that have deployed the mines. But if you lose, the reward will be split to the mines.
No.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So how does it work? Like, can more than 10 people own the different mines?
No, only one mine per person. The way it works is actually the mine has two owners, which is the system and the one that owns the mine. Okay. So yeah. Otherwise, I don't know how else I would be able to interact to take out the Satoshi from the mines. So yeah.
Okay, so that means the owner of the mine basically earns every time someone loses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's interesting. Like, if they're tradable, then people could kind of gamble if this game is going to get played.
Yeah.
Lose or not. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So how How are the locations of the mines actually, like, are those encrypted somehow so that people can't tell where they are, or are they not stored?
That is not stored on the blockchain. It is stored in the backend in the MongoDB. And what I have done is once you win the game or lose the game, it will just publish the not where the mines are, but just the result of who won. Yeah. And then I keep the records of how many times the mines has won and has lost.
Cool.
Does it matter
Can you-
who's? Does it matter?
For where? Oh, sorry, Josh.
Excuse me?
Doesn't matter whose mine they hit. So, for example, if there's 10 different owners of the mine, and I own mine number 7, and someone hits my mine, is there like a bonus or anything like that, or is it all the same?
It's all the same. I just want to make it simple to start with, because otherwise it's going to be a bit complex. So it's like the mine working as a team versus the player.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's
Brent.
cool. These different takes on different games out there. Hey, Mac, can you talk about, like, where you would want to take this? What would you like to see the next steps for an app like this? What's your future?
Well, I was thinking I can reuse the mines to other games which is similar, like perhaps. Are you guys familiar with Bomberman, for example? And then I could add some attributes to the mines, such as range, how much the bomb should what's the range is, and then I can reuse it in other games in my ecosystem, maybe. Mm-hmm.
Bomber system.
Yeah, like explosive NFTs, maybe. Yeah,
that's cool.
I think it's just cool to maybe to have some like old classic games running on BSV, because I think it's possible to do it, and it's the game that people play a lot. I don't know if maybe not a lot anymore, but at least in the past.
Brilliant. Good stuff. This is really fun. I really like that all this can be, it's very, very competitive. It's very, very fun, very interactive. I can see Twitch users sitting around having their own little bomb maps and really, really cool.
Maybe we can make the mines like unique, where people can upload the bombs, the pictures of the mines, or actually it's better to have the pictures from the system, maybe, where they can choose from, and then we can have like many price ranges.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can have some probability for the mines, where how many it will be deployed to the game. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, this is cool. It also made me think, like, this is just yet another thing that you can't do on Ethereum. It's this volume of transactions couldn't happen. So and it's also I always thought games are where we've got a good chance of going viral with something. So this is cool, Mac. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. All right, let's move on. We've got our last one. Very, very last presenter is Mateus Lopez.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I am very impressed with a lot of the projects I'm seeing. I think humans are amazing. I'm amazed with all the work. People are doing a great job, and I'm very happy. The project that I did is called License In. And the idea, let me share my screen here, just a minute. What do you see? Do you see the licensing screen?
Yes.
Okay. So licensing is just let me try to move this window here. Do you still see the licensing? Or
now we see your email.
No, so I will have to look to the side here. Licensing is the idea to use the NFTs as licenses, and I think this is a huge market and solves a huge problem for licensing things. And using the NFT that is hard coded in the blockchain, that it doesn't change, you can have properties that you can validate. And the idea here is this. I call it the concept is like NFL, non-fungible licenses. And the idea is you define a lot of properties that some licenses have. And with these properties, you can make a lot of different configurations to fit different use cases, okay? I'm from Brazil too. Mario is not here anymore, but let me say it. So the concept here in the homepage, I just presented some of the features that I could implement here in the hackathon. So you create license buckets to group your licenses. You can make time-based licenses of many types that I will show very soon. You can make licenses based on rounds, cancelable, transferable, and I see the vision goes very far. So you can integrate that with a lot of things, just from simple things to complex things. For example, you can integrate this with a simple website. So you sell your license for the website, and if your license is valid and can be validated, can be checked in the if it is okay in the blockchain, the website can guarantee that you can sign the as owner of that license, and you can log in your website. But it can be used also for example, to connect a IoT device to that will just work if the license is active, and you can activate on demand, and or you can use, for example, for a webcam. I'm doing a show of 5 minutes with someone, or making a consultancy. I don't know if this word is right, and I can make a consultation with someone, and I buy 5 minutes from that person. But when my licensing expiring, I'm gonna pay to get more time if that person lets it do. Like if the person configures the NFL in that way. So let me show here just working, okay? The interface here is very simple. I wished to do a lot of more things, but I had no time. I'm working alone. I almost didn't sleep these days. You can see in my eyes. So I made something simple. So here I have the owner address, okay, and the balance. You can deposit and withdraw, and you can create a bucket. Okay, so a bucket is to group your licenses. You can group them in a themed theme, and you can use in a group in which only this group can issue new licenses. You can keep track of that licenses because you know the origin. They were originated by one bucket that you can see where are the children of the new licenses that came from these buckets. Okay, so let's, for example, say here I would sell a website. For example, let's imagine that I want to use a website license. Okay, access to my website. So here you save, it's sent to the blockchain, and you can see open your bucket licenses. Okay, so now here I can create one. So let me say you came to me and said, oh, I want to access your site for 1 day, no more than 7 days. And if I want to access your site tomorrow or any day between these 7 days, I want to access a little bit more. So I want these licenses to be active for 7 days. So how would I configure this? I would do like this. Access 7 days, for example. my company here, ML, and personal access. So I would say every payment that he made, the person will come to this address, okay? Not cancelable, not transferable, okay? And it will, here I made this field closed, but this field could be opened, okay? The lifetime, you can put 5 minutes, you can put 10 minutes, you can put to 2 years, but here I made the closed options to be easier to use. But let's say I would sell this so for 1 week, okay? 1 hour. Let me see here. 1 week, 7 days. So in 1 week, this license is going to expire. So each 2 hours of access the person wants, she must pay 10, for example, 20,000 satoshis for me. So I will say that 20,000 satoshis will cost 2 hours, okay? The minimum payments, I will say you have to buy at least 80 hours. So you have to pay 4 cycles, 4 ways to give 80 hours. And the maximum payments, there is no maximum payment because this license will expire in 7 days, okay? So here I can put a payload, but this payload will come from the API. When you validate with the website, you put a payload there where a website can, or any device can check if the content of this license is verified with you, okay? So thinking ahead, I put the payload here. Well, let's say access to materials, okay? So save the license, okay? And here it is. In my bucket, I'm the owner of this license. It's not activated yet. So I will come in another wallet here, okay? That is nothing here. And I will get the owner address and send this license to this new owner, okay? So confirm, okay? I'm sending the license. And now the owner here, I did not make the sockets to reload live, but in my license inbox, I already have the license here, okay? So I need to activate this license, and the contract says that I need to pay at minimum 4 cycles. So each cycle is 20,000 satoshi, so I have to deposit funds here. For example, let's say I would deposit 70,000, okay? So I have 70,000 satoshis. If I try to activate, it will not let, because I have to have the minimum deposits here. So I will deposit, for example, 150 to be much wider value than the license itself, okay? So now I'm going to activate it. License activated. Now, at this moment, if I reload here, the balance of my wallet was withdrawn with the sent a payment to me, okay? And the license is valid for the lifetime. This is in seconds, okay? For now, I didn't make it presenting a good presentation for this because I didn't have the time for that. But the lifetime of the license in itself is in seconds. So the time to expire the license is 1 week. But the cycles, the rounds that I bought of this license are here, okay? 28,000 seconds. So this is going to be invalid in 2 hours. In 2 hours, no, in 8 hours, because it was the first payment. And after that, I can send more payments. For now, I can send payments too. If I want to just upgrade my license, add time to it, okay? So I come here and pay. Okay, it's paid. So this time here, 28,795 will go up. Okay, now I add the time to my license. So this can be used in such ways. It's so huge. It's fantastic. But there are a lot of other variables and kinds of things that we can do here to make more flexible and use cases licenses to that. So I think the API is something really important to be done, because it allows this to be integrated and not a manual process, because right now everything is manual. I can send and I can be paid manually. The user must go there and click in pay and make the things, but I can make this automated, and I think that's the really power on that. And we have a lot of things to implement this. This is a long roadmap. We can do license verifications. We can split payments, pay a lot of people. Every time one user pay one renewal of that license, the payment goes to 10 people. We can make penalties for cancellation. If you cancel until such a time, you can you must pay X. Or if you make this other way, the penalties are going lower, and you can make progressive discounts on the next payments. You can make many things. So I will not even mention everything here. What it's important for now, I think it's about the Run platform, because I wish it to explore Run much more than I could. And I see right now what I could have been using. I don't know if that's right, but what I could have used it to make a better usage of the possibilities. I think we can have berries that are specific types of licenses, or people can make their licenses with berries. Or for example, we could get the shift NFTs of Aaron that uses a berry to read one license of the licensing to see if it will reveal the content that is encrypted inside of his NFT, for example. It's possible to do this if that license is valid. So reveal the content, mixing NFTs with other licenses, other kind of assets, and that's it. I think I can deploy more code and use such functions, fixed functions, helpers functions, that can be always deployed online, and you never have to load or replicate your code. And that's a lot of things. I think Run is an excellent platform. My mind opened for it now, because it was not so open. Thanks, Neve, for all your help. You answered many of my questions. I loved it. Thank you very much. Helped a lot. And that's it. And I want to listen to you.
I think this is really awesome.
Mind blown. This was not a weekend project, right? I had to
This
step away
was
from
amazing.
No, I had the idea for that at 3 days before the hackathon. And I asked Joshua, oh, when is the deadline? And he said, there's no deadline. Because, okay, there's no deadline. So I can try to validate it before submitting something, because I was not sure it would be possible to do that. And that's incredible, because that was, I said to my wife is missing me, but I said to her, it's incredible how I'm searching for something so long, and suddenly in 3 days, I made a business, but not a company yet, but a business. I think this is a business, a huge business.
Definitely a huge business.
Yeah, I mean, just even the example you laid out of website access from a subscription standpoint, or what, like just being able to buy access for a limited period of time and then have it automatically count down, automatically expire itself. That's really nice job. And your UI is very usable.
Yeah. The countdown, it is part of the project that I wanted to do for the hackathon. I want one page here that is specifically of the license. So you open the license and you see a big button with pay, with activate, and a countdown showing how many times do you have to do that. Because if you are, for example, let's suppose YouTube open an API that you can verify if the person has a validation to watch your video, So you start a live with someone, a personal live, for example, and if the person don't pay the license, the YouTube will cut, because it will keep checking in the blockchain if that license is active. So if this was automatic, but being a manual process, it's very good that I can open the same page as you can open. So we both are seeing while we are talking here, and I can say, hey man, please deposit there, or I will cut manually our calling, because I need my payment for that. And even if you don't have that automated, you can use this as a personal license thing, you know.
Hey, Mateus, I got a smart ass idea for you. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah.
What if we don't name you one of the top fives on purpose? Because I think you're for sure going to win the CoinGeek Hackathon. There's 50K for you right there.
Oh, man.
What?
To say you can't win both.
Jack, I have a document with 40 ideas, and they are all here.
Because you know what I mean? CoinGeek, their hackathons, all enterprise, all serious, all real applications. And like, this will just take the cake. I don't want you to not be able to win that. We give a wink, wink. I'll cover you for something if you can.
But is that a rule? Like, if they've entered this hackathon, they can't win the CoinGeek Hackathon?
I don't know. But you deserve. I don't know what the result of this hackathon is, but I think that this is such an amazing fit for that hackathon specifically. You know.
Let's just all agree.
I understand.
If you need to pretend that you're using some other protocol in order to win, like Stas.
You know, Jack, I understand this, but this is what it would be moved if I just think about the money, you know, because of course the money of the other hackathon is much greater. But thinking as a business, it doesn't matter if it was born in the runner hackathon or if it was born in the other. If I will win the greatest of all hackathons, I don't think that matters too much, you know, because the idea by itself, it's something that if I want to focus only on that, I will have work for a lot of time. I will have a lot of money available. I will have everything I need. So I don't actually need to get this idea to win another hackathon. I can join the next hackathon and get one of the 40 ideas that I have here and try to build another one, because the world is changing so much with this.
I knew this was I suspected this was what you were going to say. So I appreciate the audience having a chance to meet you and knowing your approach. Because, you know, there's a lot of professional hackathon winners out there, you know, that just go for the prize money and don't do anything. So
I understand.
No, I want to see this as a business. Definitely.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think someone needs to solve this. You know, over on Ethereum, they do everything with a standards process. They have different ERCs that do subscriptions and memberships. And I think, you know, solving this entrepreneurially, this could be very popular. Like, what do we expect every app that needs subscriptions to make their own NFTs and service for renewing them and all this? Like, no, I'd rather go to one site and then be able to renew my subscriptions. That's, as a user, that's what I'd rather do. So I think you've identified a problem here. What I wanted to ask you was, like, what use case would you like to see first? What's the first app on BSV that you think could use something like this?
The first use case for this? Well, right now, at the point that it is published, if it was in mainnet, I think the use cases would be manual use cases. So, for example, a consultant that is going to, or a teacher that is teaching something in online and wants to value its time and opens the same page and reloads there to see if the license is valid. But what I see in the future, I think what I think is most the most of the value, the juice that is in this idea is about integrating devices, IoT and online points, online peers, well, let's call it, you know, So a person that is watching a video from I don't know, a porn video, for example. Let's say a porn video, it's 50 seconds. I will sell you 50 seconds of my video. Or better things. Okay, I use this example. But it's just to show that it's something that can control things that are people give value for small tiny pieces of your time. You know, sometimes people just want to see something fast and they will pay for that because, oh, that's fast. And I think this kind of fast licenses, you know, really quick, and I think this is huge. But of course, for the natural process of the world, we have software licenses, we have websites, we have platforms, we have courses, we have teachers, we have professionals, we have a lot of things and everybody can have a license for anything, to speak in the phone. I don't know.
Imagine if you did like time-stamped tokens. So you teamed up with Libs and you did like the time-stamped access to the token. That was Lib's project, right? I'm not imagining that. So you have like a time-stamped access, as you were saying, to those videos or whatever it is. And it's all on chain and you can't alter it. There's no getting around it. It's already there built in. That's your access to get, like you can do that with Netflix films or with movies or whatever else. And you have this very specific time-stamped access to whatever content it is. I think there are so many possibilities here, honestly.
Yeah, so many models. There is for example, the lifetime license. For example, today, if I buy a lifetime license from anything, it's my lifetime license forever.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to sell this, for example, so I can sell in RelayX. I buy a lifetime license and I say, oh, no, I don't like this service anymore. Why I would have this for my lifetime? I don't want that. Sell. And that's it. Lots of configurations. I don't know if I understand perfectly your question. Sorry.
My question? No, it was just a comment. It's all good.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the consultants and time thing. Like that's something that, especially for like when they pay one-off people or whatever, that's already like difficult because they usually assign some accountant or something, and then it's wire payments or whatever. But this, I mean, once it was set up, it was so easy to just make 2 clicks and pay the person out. So I could definitely see this as, I mean, I think we're a ways from businesses adopting it in this way, but in terms of just usage and how easy it was, I think this is a good demonstration of that.
Yeah, I agree. Let me finish my screen is shared yet.
You can put it back up.
No, let me just show the final payment here, because here I sent the payments to this license, and in the other screen, the other wallet that is in my inbox here, 2 payments. Okay, activation payments. It was the first. It's 80,000 satoshis, and the recycle payment in that license. Okay, so I come here and head in, and that's it. I just wanted to finish the last step. This is the skeleton. Things will improve for now from here.
All right. Anyone have any last thoughts? Okay. So I guess we're through all the projects. Congratulations, everybody. This was fun to go through. I know we actually probably went way over time.
It always happens like that.
This way. Yeah. So, we had said that this, we leave some time at the end for some commentary for the judges before we, go off and go make our final evaluation. So let's kind of open the floor to River, David, Jack, and Josh, and myself, and just, throw out some high level comments on things you like, things you didn't like, what might qualify for a winner. Like, yeah, let's get at it.
Why don't you start?
All right. So one of the things that I have been really passionate about from the beginning is interoperability. And, Ethereum calls this composability, but making things that can be reused across apps. And there were several projects today that did this. I'm not even going to go through them all, but I'm just going to say, the Sabroshi obviously is very interoperable. You can take that from app to app. But even more on the more platform side, like what Zell made, that's a very interoperable component that could be useful across apps, and it's licenses as well. And so when I look at the projects, I think that's going to be something that I think is like a key factor here. And I think that the people that came that in mind, you build something and it won't just benefit yourself, it'll benefit other apps out there as well. So, that's my first thought, but what do you guys think?
Well, I think reviewing all this stuff before, I'm glad that we got people to come on and give their perspectives, because it really changed how I looked at it. And because, looking at code or just a URL only does so much, but when the person comes and brings some extra color to it, it helps us make the evaluations better. So I think that it was great for everybody to come on with such short notice and to be able to present their stuff. And to touch on what you just said, Brenton, the interoperability thing, like the whole time I'm thinking as people are presenting, okay, that one works with this one works with that one. So it'll be fascinating to see how, if you guys continue to work on this stuff, how it plays out moving forward.
I'm so proud of everyone here, honestly. There's so much amazing talent in this room right now. It's really unbelievable. I'm so grateful that everyone came on and took the time, and a lot of people lost sleep, building these amazing projects and to bring them here. So there's a lot of crazy, amazing talent and energy in this room. So I'm blown away. I'm really, really happy. A lot of Brazilian energy too, right? We've got Mateus, we had Mario before, we've got James who lives in Brazil as well. There's a whole crazy amount of Brazilian energy in here. Really, really exciting.
So let me throw a question out to the judges, what you guys think. Regardless of, who wins the prize money, which project or projects do you think would really just start taking off on their own? Would basically have like a self-sustainability that will just, keep these things going?
I think a number of the games have that potential, but I'm jaded, obviously, or I'm what's the word? Predisposed to say that. But just, any of those kind of things that they're kind of just one-offs, that they don't need to be plugged into other sites. You don't need huge support. You really just need someone who can pop it up and play some Battleship for a couple hours or a couple minutes, and I really like to see the kind of different approaches to there was a number of different, we have 4 or 5 different games. That was really exciting for me to see, kind of different approaches to how to build on the blockchain, different approaches to how to, I think probably the Battleship was probably the most finished of any of those.
Yeah. High level comments from me. I think, people see me from the public eye as someone who's like the most bullish on Bitcoin, confident, and just thinks everything's gonna work out. But throughout this hackathon, this was the first hackathon I've ever been a part of. I'm probably the only person here that does not have a GitHub. So when I try to think of every single like idea I could have to make sure this hackathon was not a complete dud, right? Whether it was like, oh, how to get funding for the hackathon. Okay, let's try and do a DEX. Even for this judging thing, I way underestimated things. When we huddled up this morning, just a few hours ago, here in Vancouver, my time, we were thinking that you guys didn't want to come on and present your project because you were sleeping or something after the whole long weekend. So we would just summarize it for you guys. And like I said, at the very early on the show, maybe 3rd or 4th person in, I was like, I don't know how this is going to go, because honestly, the people that I had ranked maybe number 9, 10, 12 were suddenly moving up my list, and no one really disappointed after that. On a high level, this thing also shows there's a lot of naysayers, not only on BSV, but naysayers about the idea of tokens and do we need them? And and the other cryptocurrencies have given us such a poor example of what tokens are for that I think, Relay, has always been very bullish on tokens, but even the examples that we've shown pales in comparison to the examples of what you guys have shown what tokens can be done. And hopefully other wallets and other ecosystem and the narrative around BSV will also change as a result to kind of let's all work together. One thing that I want to speak on as the CEO of Relay is I've always told the team, like the other big exchanges on the other blockchains, what they do is they have been for the last 8 years trading the same coins, BTC, LTC, Ethereum Classic, and whatnot. And so the power position is very different. They're a centralized exchange. They only trade 50 tokens. They can even go IPO at $80 billion valuation on just trading 50 tokens. So you're always trying to request them, hey, Coinbase, can you list BSV? Hey, can I pay you and bribe you to list things? One of the things that Relay is going to focus on is we're very well aware that we built our DEX on an open script lock, right? Locking script. So anyone can stand up their own DEX. And for you guys to even mention that you might want to trade your licenses or your game tokens or Sabroshis on Relay, we think that the power will shift and that we're going to have to give a percentage of our trading fees for any creator who chooses to come to the Relay DEX and refer people to trade there to the creator itself. So that's kind of what I think is emblematic of this whole community I'm feeling. And I think, everyone else will say the same. So I don't know how we're going to judge it, but we're certainly going to have to do this again, right, Brenton? Lots more hackathons.
I have more yeses than nos on my list right now. So yeah, figuring out how to whittle this down is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is absolutely not going to be the last hackathon. That's for sure. This is too good. Good sign of things to come. Yeah, it's all really good to hear. Economics, creativity, usability, user interface, technicals, and what was the last? Interoperability. Those are our 5 categories. So we have a lot to think about in terms of those 5 and how to consider them. This is not easy. I say for me, this is more yeses than nos as well. So I don't know what the heck's going to happen here. This is hard.
So Brenton, you said which one do we think will take off, right?
Yeah, I was trying to think about that myself. Like which one has that potential to really take off? I mean, I agree with David. I think that games certainly have that potential because, you start them, they get viral like haste or something. And then all of a sudden you're evolving it. You get the leaderboard, you're thinking third parties, your brain just starts exploding. So I can see any of the games having that potential. But I also think something like the licenses could really take off, here. That's one of those things that like, if it gets a certain bit of traction, new people are just not going to create their own license standards. They're going to join in something that's already existing. So yeah, it's hard for me to say, but yeah, there's several here.
Yeah, I think my comment here is like there's been projects that look like they fill a huge category, like coupons. Anyone can do a coupon, and we got the first example, but anyone can do a coupon. But it's not clear to me, like next week, who's the next person to do a coupon, or when is it really ready? Same thing with the licenses, right? We all know how much that could be, and there's so many examples. What next week, what is going to happen? With Sabroshi, I kind of have a good idea what they're going to do next week, and there's going to be 500 users next week, or something that's very interesting, and maybe because I'm not a gamer myself, the thing I've always found tricky about games is you're always forced to like build a game yourself or become a platform for games, like where Haste is trying to migrate to. So longer term sustainability and whatnot. So I almost feel like in our top 5 list, we should kind of recognize some of each category. It would be good. Josh, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I think thinking about moving forward, which ones, because just because it was done here doesn't necessarily mean, things will be done, at least in the short term, but which one has the ability to push this whole space forward the quickest, in terms of adoption, usability, and just virality. So I think, yeah, that is a very important aspect of it. And honestly, that might be the most important one because, you know, after yet another crypto crash, there's a lot of people antsy about being poor all of a sudden. So, you know, people want to pump their bags and, you know, they want something to use, right? They want something to get excited about. So I think that aspect is really important.
Yeah, I want to say something on the technical side. So I've been trying to keep an eye on, you know, the projects that are using Run to the fullest, and you know, that's always a challenge because people are trying to learn this the first weekend. But I think, you know, one of the projects that's really interesting. Well, first is the game where there were several interacting jigs came together. The name I'm drawing a blank right now because I'm not good
I
at
think
names.
they called it Pawn Wars.
Pawn Wars, yeah.
Or that was on the repo or something.
Yes, that's right. That kind of interactivity, that's not easy. And kudos, because I think learning that and getting that working quickly over a weekend is a challenge for first timers. Second off, I think what Aaron did for the encryption, that's also very technically impressive. Actually, that probably crossed the most amount of pieces in Run one project with the custom wallet, the berries, the custom jigs, the sidekit code. And I think also it's a good example for how to document the project well. The GitHub for that project is really well explained. So it's going to be hard too, but those are kind of the two that stand out on the technical front for me.
Now, from an interoperability standpoint, I think the oracles were actually, even though they're probably one of the more simpler implementations out there, but as far as tooling for being able to build within the Run ecosystem, it's a really easy way to add functionality to your app. Is look, these are already ready. You just kind of mint a jig in your jig, and you'll get back the randomness that you need or the price lookup you need. And I think from an interoperability standpoint, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, the oracles is really cool. And I'd also I think that has the potential to kind of take off on its own. One game starts using it and the oracle's providing paid money, and then, you know, that money is reinvested to grow the service and to get more users, and like there's that potential there too. I want to call out the price charts as well as being a technically interesting project. I think that getting that price data out of RunDB, you know, it's not the simplest thing. It's not super hard, but it's also not the simplest. And that didn't use jigs, but I think, you know, having an API like that was a different take on the hackathon. And I thought that was pretty cool to see. So I'd actually, in future hackathons, would be very open to seeing more projects that build APIs that sort of provide data about what's going on the blockchain, like what Janky did there.
Shout out to James and your team for doing the lucky dips. It seems so simple, but that is something that, you know, can actually have a lot of users because you have a little bit of a marketplace, but it's for a consumer product. So what's the best way to think about this? We were not expecting everyone to stay on the call, and there's like 16 people on the screen. We thought it's just like you present and you go away. So I hope no one's bothered by sort of this kind of live judging, live figuring out kind of a thing. I hope no one's offended, because certainly if we had submitted something, we would not be in the top 5. So just let's be clear. Is it a way to kind of just read out the name of the team that presented in the order they presented, and you know, maybe a show of hands that if they're in your top 5, and we'll keep them on the list if, you know, you got 2 people who think they're still in your top 5 and whatnot. So kind of trim it down a little bit.
I'm very open to that. Could we take a 3-minute session to go and coordinate our thoughts individually and come up with what because honestly, my top 5 has changed from watching this a little bit too. So I want to get my thoughts together. Maybe the other judges would too. And then we come back in maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Would that be okay?
Yeah, just by yourself, right? No collusion, right? Just
no collusion. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Okay.
I've already been writing down. So.
Okay. I'll turn my video back on in a few minutes. I'm going to go work on this. I'll be right back.
All right, insert elevator music here.
I didn't have an actual tune to go with, so I just started doing. But
in the
a tune
meantime,
would have been better.
So in the meantime, we've Teos's cover story for the hackathon, the app he actually built, so that he can use the licensing for CoinGeek.
I actually have to go and get my kids, Jack. Can I send you my list of my 5, and can I trust you with my 5?
Oh, do you guys trust me? Okay, sure, you can. Please.
I'm sorry,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Thank you all so much. You're all amazing.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, Trevor. Prazer conhecer você.
Let's keep in touch since you're in Brazil too. All right.
Valeu!
Valeu! Isso aí! Parabéns, cara!
É isso aí.
I can
Oh,
bump
so we don't even need Brenton now. I have all the votes. So who wants to pay me more the prize money?
This is hard.
Yep, it is.
Interesting. I just saw her list.
We're doing the one. Are we doing the scoring? Like the sheet? Because if we have different top 5s.
Yeah, do your scoring, but let's not share it with each other yet.
Okay.
Yeah, just come up with your scoring. So the way we're doing the scoring is each judge is going to rank their 1 through 5. And first place gets 5 points, second place 4, 3, 2, 1. So the maximum, if you get all 5 first place votes, is 25 points, and whatnot.
But that means like the 10th place could have 1 point, right?
Oh, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're not fixed to the same 5. Yeah. Correct.
So we'll just announce, at first we'll say who our 5 are, and then we'll go from there, right?
No, actually, we will list the projects in order, and you just say if they're in your top 5 or not.
Okay.
So it kind of slowly eliminates some, right? Instead of just kill you with the elimination. But you know what's great? I want Niv to come back. We're going to give something to sponsors, and I want him to announce that. And that will let the market value you differently.
We should announce that before the final judges come in, so that no one's gonna be disappointed here. The outcome's gonna be good regardless.
Yeah, so before anyone's eliminated, realize that you can make a lot more money potentially than the winner.
Fuck it, let's just. You want to talk about that right now? We should just talk about that right now.
Go ahead, Brenton.
Yeah. So here's what's gonna happen. We've got art on chain to create custom artwork NFTs for every project in this list, and every project is going to receive going to be created 100 trading cards that have a front and a back side that are unique for that project, and so it'll be 100 of every one. And the top 5 are going to have some special graphics on them, so that's going to differentiate them. But they're not going to say your rank. They're not going to say too much information. They're just going to be collectibles. And the sponsors for the hackathon are going to receive some of these. That's spelled out in the tweet that we posted. But if this works out, as the creator of the project, you're going to have most of these cards. And you can go and put them on the decks right away and start selling them. And think about it. If you were to buy CryptoKitties trading cards back in 2017, and there's only 100 of those, that could be worth quite a bit today. And the other thing is that in addition to selling this, maybe, develop your own pool to go fund your project. The other thing that you can do with these is they can be turned into a way for people to bet on you. And so, if the judges come up with one ranking of top 5 and you don't think this is right, go prove them wrong. Go make your project 10x better than the one that wins and make your NFTs that much more valuable, and then sell them, and you'll come out with much more ahead. So I think this is a really cool way to both, not put all the pot in the judges' hands, and also make it so that you can go fund your own projects and then or keep these in your wallet. That's fine too. But you'll have, somewhere, 100 of these minus the ones that go to the sponsors. You'll have those to do whatever you want with.
Yeah. We're not trying to scam you. We don't know. We're not trying to say like there's only a few. Not sure how much of the 100. Nev, you want to mute that? Oh,
sorry.
It's mostly because we don't know how many people were going to apply. So we can't tell exactly sort of how much is reserved for sponsors because we have a fixed number of sponsors, but a variable number of teams. But it should be the majority. It's also, so that was, Niv talked about like to the creator side for you guys, but for the people watching the audience, this is kind of a way for you to vote on who you like more. And because they can bet on you by buying your collectibles in a certain sense, there is a bias towards more consumer-like projects, right? So a game, like there's a lot of games here, not every game is gonna win the prize money here, but if you've got a lot of people playing your game, then people are gonna want to have that kind of, hey, I've been supporting this game from the beginning, kind of a thing. So
that's right. And these will all appear on Morning Run tomorrow, or like this week as soon as they're minted. So you'll be able to see, where your project stacks amongst not just other projects, but also amongst all the other tokens in the space as well.
Great. So do you have your list now, Brenton and Josh and David?
Yep.
Rank 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
Yep.
Why don't we go through the order as they were presented, and just raise your hand if they were in your top 5.
That's good.
So we can get to a tighter list, maybe 7 or 8.
We lost River to someone of the list.
Yeah, I have the list. I guess I can read through that. Put up side by side. Okay, we'll go in the order that they were presented in. So the first one is Janky. This is the app the API that let you query price data and other information about tokens. Does anyone have that in their top 5?
River does. So you got 2.
Okay.
This is still alive. Yep.
Okay. 2 was Aaron Libs, who made the shifty nifties that encrypt data on chain. Anyone have that in their top 5?
I got that one.
Okay. Third one is Lucky Dip by James. This is the one that lets you buy NFTs through a game mechanic. Does anyone have that in their top 5? Not this one. Okay, we'll keep going.
It was close.
Next one is Andy Gole. This is the Bitcoin ships, the game that you play battleships on Bitcoin. Raise your hand if you have that in your top 5.
That just fell off. So close.
Yeah, one person that has it, Jack. Okay. The next one is Ken Sato with the Yen Point. This is the stable coin that works in Japan. Does anyone have that in their top 5? Looks like not this one, but that one probably needed some work, so that's okay, but a good first attempt. Next one is Zell. This is the Oracle that lets different apps get pricing and time and randomness data into their jigs. Does anyone have that in their top 5? I do as well. So we have a couple there. Okay. Next up is Raphael. Actually, I don't remember which. Does anyone remember which this one is?
Is that the Kryptonians? Or?
Yes, that's right.
I think that's what that is. Yeah. That's right. That's the avatar. It's funny, we had 2 projects with avatars, but avatars with power, and there's also a game mechanic based around that. So I guess raise your hand if you have that in your top 5 too.
Okay. Next one is the microsite builder by Saichaya. That is the on-chain HTML jig that lets you create a microsite on-chain and update it on-chain. Raise your hand if you have that in your top 5.
I do.
4. Okay. Wow. Quite a bit. Okay. Next one is AnyPay. The coupons that work on AnyPay and potentially could be traded on the DEX in the future. Raise your hand if you have that in your top 5. Okay, get some variety here. Next one is ChipStart. This is the parts runner. It's called Parts Runner. This is the car racing game that you could buy and sell different parts of your car and potentially compete with others in the future. Raise your hand if you have that in your top 5. Okay. Next one is Banana Run Day. This is Sabroshi. This is the avatar app and automatically generated, programmably generated avatars that you can trade and buy in packs. Raise your hand if you had that in your top 5. Okay, got 3. Next one. Oh, 2, 4. I was kind of surprised, to be honest, but okay.
I was trying to get make sure Rivers was in order.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
I was like, man, you're a tough judge over there.
No, that's fine.
Okay. Next one is Pawn Wars. This is the app that had the heroes that went up, and also also had like the interesting integration between all the different jigs. Raise your hand if you had that in your top 5. Okay. Down to the last 2. We have Mac Jacobson. This is the Minesweeper game that let people buy different bombs on the map, and this gameplay mechanic, and then he wanted to take this into other games as well in the future. Raise your hand if you had Minesweeper in your top 5. Okay. And last one is Mateus Lopez with the licensing solution to create licenses on chain and that you can renew and have different properties about them. Raise your hand if you had that in your top 5. Okay, so very interesting. We have a number of projects and some diversity in where we all fell. I think what we'll need to do now is take our top 5 list, share it amongst the judges, tally up the results, and come back in a couple minutes with the final results. So stay here. We will be right back.
We're gonna go 5, 4, 3, and then announce the winner. If you guys want to say something after we name you, a place, feel free to say the final word or something. But thank you so much for everyone else.
This is awesome.
So how we roll through this? I'll mute.
I was going to Slack these to Brenton. Is that who's adding these up?
Yeah, just give your 1 through 5 ranking. Forget the points. We'll assign the points after the list. So just by order, just like David did, like your actual 1 through 5 rank. Yeah. I'm just confirming she did it by order, but let's see. Wow, I'm just seeing the results coming in. Haven't got everyone's, but it's very different than definitely what we thought before the show. There was a consensus top 5 that's not really in any of our list anymore. And there's some things here that was not in any of our lists to begin with, and that they are in the top 5. And I think so far we have very different assignments of who is the winner. Each of us have had a different few different suggestions for the first place. Can we just edit each of your things if you use a different name, like you use libs instead of shifty, so we can easily tally?
You just gave away a vote, Jack.
Yeah. Do we have everyone's list now?
I think so. We should probably all independently tally so we don't screw it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
This
I
sounds
agree.
like this sounds like Russian judges at the Olympics figure skating collusion.
It would be really bad if we messed up.
If you guys want to send bribes to my hand cash.
You don't accept bribes on Relay X?
There's no transaction history. So.
That's the link to Rex.
This might be more than a couple minutes. My math is very bad. What's your strategy for tallying about? Pick a name and then add their scores?
That's what I'm doing. I'm just starting at the top and finding every place they exist and giving them their scores.
Yeah. Do we have any YouTube comments right now that's swaying some votes?
Like, man, this is dead air. You guys are boring.
Yeah, this is bad. Wow. Are you guys doing the math correctly? I think I have a tie right now in some spots. This is really close. This is really close. Holy cow.
What do we do in that case? You combine the reward and issue both half of it? The combined?
I guess. Or sent to my hand cash. That's really interesting, though. I mean, it's a fitting tie, though, if it is the case. But you guys keep doing the math, I guess. I have my top 3 here calculated.
You have a tie too?
I have a tie here somewhere in the top 5. Somewhere there's a tie, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow. Okay. Should we all post our top 5 so it's clear in the chat?
Yep. Sure. Oh, we have some side judge some coming in our chat. Some mysterious person saying, "No, this person has to win." some kind of relay extra award, because I guess some of these projects really help relay. This
Relay extra.
Yeah, relay extra award. So sketchy here, huh?
So that was my math. You guys check it.
Ooh, I have a different math than you.
I do too.
I have different math too.
Ooh.
We're good at the top one. Oh.
Oh, maybe my math is wrong.
It's wrong on a different one. Josh's.
Let's make sure we get this all right.
BSC's crashing, so there's not much money anyways.
Okay. Yeah, I think we got it, David. Jax is off. It's your math that's wrong, Jack. Mine was off too.
Okay, got it.
We need Brenton to calculate too.
The real tricky thing is I still do not have confirmation from River that her list is in order. That is the huge curveball here. Because someone called her.
I feel like
It's not, right? Or
I
do you
feel like
think
it is. I
You
think it is.
Okay. That's because your list is more similar to hers.
It might be.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I think the math is correct now. Yeah, where's Brenton?
Yeah, where's Brenton?
It's hard to do math live.
Brenton, first of all, just so you guys know, put out a list of 6.
Yeah, I didn't
It's
count
true.
6.
Yep. So just ignore that last one I put out.
Also, I believe this is the third place in your house you've been.
Yeah, that's accurate. Hold up, you guys are messing up my counting. Okay, and the last one. Wait, David, is your last number correct?
I think so.
Yeah. It is. David and I got the same number.
Let me message you to make sure, because I think I have a different answer for that.
Should we tweet them out? So the whole world can see them? Like the list, the final rank. Yeah, Josh, you can do it.
Yeah.
I think that counts right, Brendan. Niv.
Where are you seeing the other one? Let me message you privately. 1 sec.
He should be DQ because he chose 6 people.
Yeah.
They were in order. They were in order.
It's the river, Brenton. Yeah.
Oh. Got it. Yep. Got it. So I think I'm in alignment with you guys now. Let me write this down though one more time. That makes more sense now.
They'll fall asleep while waiting for us to add up some simple numbers.
Sorry, everybody. It's actually kind of hard to do this.
Oh, you're right. Your numbers are right. Okay. What would have been 6? Just curious. Can someone write that in the chat? Was it even close to top 5?
Yes. It's 2 points behind.
That means we don't have a tie. Well, that's good.
Right.
Way easier. I've got the same numbers as you guys now. I'm gonna go through this one more time just to double check this.
Oh, I had the names wrong in the tie. So I agree with you guys. I like this result. Seems nice. Brenton, you want to count us down since we were going to have River do it?
Yeah, I guess I can do this.
Starting with 6, I guess, would be more fun.
We could start with 6. So number 6, which I guess is the runner-up, is Pawn Wars. Congratulations. This was the closest to making it to the top 5. This was a cool project. I think, David especially liked it because it had good interoperability. but let's not dwell on this. Let's get to the top 5. So number 5 is Janky. Congratulations. There was agreement between 2 people that we thought that you should be in the top 5, and this would be cool to see the APIs grow out and develop in the future. Number 4, microsite. This is the on-chain websites. I think there was widespread agreement. This has a lot of potential and a lot could happen with this. So congratulations. Number 3, libs with shifty nifties. This is got a lot of votes, and this was a project I think that we could see being used by many projects in the future. So congratulations, Aaron, on that. Now we have the top 2, and
it's between who?
I guess. What's that?
Who is it between? Who's our 2 finalists?
The 2 it's between are Sabroshi and the licensing. These are both very interesting projects, and they both have incredible potential to be used widespread across the ecosystem. And so, are we ready? All right, we're gonna announce the winner. The winner here is Sabroshi. Congratulations. This is a team that just put together an incredible product with amazing graphics and interoperability, and really tapped into all 5 of the judging categories perfectly. And so we think that's amazing. And second place to Mateus. Your licensing product was also very good. Showed a lot of promise to be widespread use in the ecosystem. So please take this and go and build these out and make successful businesses. And hopefully next time you guys can be, judges on the next hackathon or something like that in the future. And for everyone else who didn't make it in the top 5, honestly, this is hard. We all had a bunch of diversity in all of our answers, and there were clearly a lot of good projects here. Take your nifties, go sell them on the exchange, make some money, go prove us wrong, go prove that your project deserved to be in the top 5, and you're actually going to be, the winner here. So I think, this has got a bright future ahead of it. Do any other judges want to comment on this list, or any final thoughts on it?
Yeah, I want to talk about how I touched on it before, but the results that we had initially, at least for me, greatly differed from what I ended up picking in my judging. So the fact that you guys were able to come on short notice and present and really talk through your stuff, and then that gets our gears turning in our heads that, okay, that works with this. I can see how Sabroshi's could interact with all these games, that sort of thing. And then Mateus, your presentation was really good because I definitely did not see that just from the URL. So it was great that you could come on and add the color to it. So I'm super excited about what you guys can build going forward. And I'm very happy with this result. And, I'm looking forward to the next one, and then just, what gets built over the next few weeks, months, and years.
Also wanted to say that Gel, who did the Oracle, did receive a vote, and so did, or he received 2 votes actually from 2 of the judges in the top 5, and so did the Battleships from Andy Golang, and so a number of people received votes. And I'll keep my message short, but I just want to say that we actually have the top 3 all on the line here. So maybe from 3 to 2 to 1, we can have a message from each of you. How you feel?
Shall I go first? I was third.
Shifty nifty.
Shifty nifty. It's really late here. My little girl is asleep above me. If she wasn't, I would be whooping a lot more enthusiastically than I am. But no, it's for me. I didn't really come on this to win. It was, I wanted to participate, to learn about Run, and to try and get those tools out there that integrated my own products and services with Run. And so the fact that I've managed to come in third with that, I'm super pleased with that, absolutely delighted. So yeah, thanks for organising it. It's been a blast. And yeah, I'll be able to use those funds to pay back my other half a little bit for just not being available all weekend.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Mateus, you want to say something?
Yes. Congratulations, Aaron. Congratulations, everyone. I'm feeling very honored to get this prize. I think it's very important to receive money to be able to do things, but I think the best prize is to see how the idea is really was really accepted, is a good idea. And as I said to Niv, I went to ask about the licenses, if we had to make this available to the public, open source, and because I thought this is a business, I can make a business from that. So the prize is just something more, you know. I think the real prize is to have a good idea to work, and I learned a lot. I'm feeling very happy about it. I'm very tired also, but now I will take some rest and be with my child, my wife, and for sure I will make my efforts to make a company from this business. And also I think I'm in the middle of giants. You know, you are all giants. You are all great business people. I get inspired from the work of all of you. I think Run is an excellent library. I think the libraries that Aaron made inspire me a lot. I love Elixir. I love your libraries, Aaron. So I want to collaborate, and if you guys need me, I will be available to work together in good ideas. Okay, thank you very much.
Awesome, Mateus. Awesome. I hope, I hope you take this far and build a lot out with this. And lastly, we have Crumbs from Sabroshi. Congratulations. Say something to everybody.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me now because I had some issues with the internet before. I'll turn off my video. Maybe that helps. But firstly, I want to say thank you so much for organizing this. It's been really amazing to come together, meet great people. You know, I met people on Twitch, and we started this Banana Republic community as a joke, sort of to kind of as a form of satire of all of the crazy stuff that's happening in crypto right now. And it actually has led to some great friendships on my part, at least, and I think for other people too. There's all sorts of projects emerging, a band forming, other kind of creative stuff. And so, yeah, we, Jordan and Graham and Jan, Jan, we just decided to participate together. We had no idea what we would be doing at the start, and I really have to thank them because they've done all of the coding, they've done all of the heavy lifting. Basically, I've just kind of made pretty pictures, done the and super cool that you're doing this sort of bottom up stuff, yeah. So big shout out to them. Check out Bitcoin Token Exchange. Check out Colorblind app. Some really great stuff the guys are doing. I know that. Dubby, so Jordan is also working on some games on BSV. So yeah, and if anybody's interested, DM me on Twitch. My username is Crumbs, and yeah, I'll invite you to the Banana Republic if you want to meet other BSV creatives. And looking forward to take this further. Like, this is a huge thing, and thank you for having faith in us. And yeah, I'm personally quite excited to bring CryptoPunks further than just pointers towards JPEGs on AWS and to actually make it into something usable. So I hope we'll be able to do that. And yeah, thanks for giving us this opportunity. It really means a lot.
Congrats. So big. All right, so that's the end of the judging. So thank you to everyone who tuned in on YouTube, and some people even commented with their own ranking, which was pretty cool to see. Again, go when these NFTs list on the Relay Dex, go buy them, buy the projects that you believe in, because hopefully these will continue and people will want to trade these long into the future. What we're going to do, we haven't announced this yet. This is the first time we've announced it. We're going to make a commemorative NFT for this whole hackathon. And it's going to be a single piece of artwork, a single jig that's going to have every project as well as every sponsor on it. And this will be there just to remember that, we did this on this date. And that'll also come out shortly after the player NFTs roll out. And then last, this turnout was just incredible. We're going to do it again. We're thinking of doing this every 6 months if we can make it happen. So stay tuned. There will be more. And hopefully, the next one will be even bigger than this one. So congratulations, everybody. And let's keep this going.
All right, bye guys. Congrats all.
All right.
Congrats. See ya.
Congrats. See you, everybody.